Mr. Bro,
Here.
Mr. Green, Ms. Hanson, Ms. Rutherford, Ms. Fauntleroy, Mr. Harrell, Ms. Martin, Ms. Moore, Dr. Peterson, Ms. Baker, Ms. McCullum, Ms. Lamey, Ms. Hurstis, Mr. Kuzan, and Ms. Rufino Gallagher.
Everyone, please stand for presentation of colors by Salmon High School Junior ROTC, followed by the invocation led by Cadet Second Lieutenant Alicia Rogue. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Milici Santa Cruz.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States of America.
Left, 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 right, right, left. Color guard, halt. Left, face. Breathe in. Color.
Dear Lord, we know that freedom isn't free. A special few pay the price for us all. For this sacrifice, we owe a debt of gratitude to all the courageous men and women who have served and sacrificed to protect our freedoms. As we are ever mindful of the cost paid for the liberty we possess, we ask you to bless the members of our armed forces. Give them courage, hope, and strength. May they ever experience your firm support, gentle love, and compassionate healing. Be their power and protector, leading them from darkness to light. To you be all glory, honor, and praise, now and forever. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Carry, color. Right, face. Forward, march, left,
Salmon High School Junior
left,
ROTC is under the command of Colonel Bruce Willis and Sergeant First Class Hayward Harrison. We would like to thank the following cadets for participating in tonight's meeting. Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Milici Santa Cruz, Cadet Second Lieutenant Alicia Rogue, Cadet Major Sahara Sheridan, Cadet Command Sergeant Major Miguel Reyes, Cadet Major Jahida Williams, Cadet Second Lieutenant Emerald Silve, Cadet Second Lieutenant Rachel Taylor, Cadet Second Lieutenant Andre Smith. At this time, I'd like to ask Superintendent Jabia to proceed with our special recognition tonight.
You may be seated. It is an honor tonight to salute our veterans this evening. We especially honor our employees and community members who have served in any branch of the military. In the video produced by STPPS TV, the Pearl River High School Band, under the direction of Mr. Stephen Abity, will now present the Armed Forces Melody. Veterans, please stand and remain standing as your branch of service is honored. Remain standing as long as your flag is displayed in the video. We have a special tribute tonight honoring the students who have signed up to serve our country and have joined the military after graduation. A number of our students have already committed to this important endeavor. STPPS TV has produced a video highlighting a few of our students who have taken the core values presented to them in the ROTC program and have joined to offer their service to our country. Please check out this video now.
My name is Justin Sharp, and I joined the United States Marine Corps.
I'm Davin Hodges, and I'm going into the United States Marine Corps.
My name is Timothy Hernandez Sevilla, and I'm in the Army National Guard.
Hi, I'm Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Malachi Santa Cruz, and I joined the Louisiana Army National Guard.
Hi, my name is Olivia Lund, and I'm in the Army National Guard.
Hello, my name is Allison Langston, and I am joining the Army National Guard.
Hi, I'm James Burrow, and I signed up into the Army National Guard.
My name is Devin Perrette, and I have applied to the Naval Academy.
What they're about to embark upon as soon as they step off that bus for basic training, your life has changed at that point.
I want to serve my country because it's just something I've always wanted to do.
I think the military prepares you, especially at an early age, for things like necessarily college students won't have to deal with, or just going beyond, above and beyond the call of duty.
Just protect everyone and make sure we don't get attacked and no one gets hurt.
I mean, it's really what you feel about the country, serving and protecting. I mean, it's all very important, you know?
I think Mr. Coolidge, who was a previous president, said, you know, the day that we stop focusing on freedom is the day that we forget about the defenders who fought for us.
It's important to honor those who have already served because it becomes far too easy to forget everything they've fought for and all the advantages that we now enjoy because of them.
They put their life on the line for us, and I think that they deserve all the recognition that they can get.
Veterans Day to me means a lot. I respect all veterans highly, no matter what their job was or what branch they served.
Because they sacrificed their lives. They put them on the line to protect us.
For someone who's never been a veteran, God bless them, but that's okay. But for those that are, you know, freedom means everything, and respect for the flag is everything.
Happy Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day.
We appreciate you.
And thank you for serving.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
We appreciate you.
Thank you for all you've done.
You are our heroes.
Thank you from the depth of my heart, because we are a free nation, and we will continue to be a free nation as long as we have you coming into the service and giving to this country.
If any of the students that were presenting that video are here, would you please stand? And will any of the parents that came with those students, will you please stand? Thank you so much. We really appreciate your commitment to our country, and thank you all. At this time, School Board Member Ms. Michelle Rufino Gallagher will share a resolution to officially acknowledge our veterans tonight.
The resolution, whereas Veterans Day will be observed throughout the nation on November 10th, 2023, and on this day, we honor all Americans who have served in the Air Force, Army, Coast Guard, Marine Corps, Navy, and Space Force, both in times of war and peace. And whereas we are urged to recognize the sacrifices of our veterans for their courage, valor, and contributions put forth in order to preserve our freedom, and whereas there are about 19 million veterans living among us in every state and territory, and we recognize that these servicemen and women helped shape American history while serving in defense of our nation, and whereas we are extremely grateful to our school system employees who have served our country in the military, as well as our junior ROTC instructors for their important role in the education of students and their efforts to instill a sense of patriotism in all children of the St. Tammany Parish Public School System. And whereas we are reminded to honor our veterans of their service, and now therefore be it resolved that the members of the St. Tammany Parish School Board acknowledge and appreciate the dedicated service of all who have served in the armed forces of this country and encourage our schools to honor these proud men and women. Be it further resolved that this resolution be spread upon the official minutes of this board, with a copy being sent to all schools and offices within the school system to post as a sign of respect and gratitude to our armed forces. And I do so move.
Is there a second? Unanimous second? With no opposition to this, are there any comments from the public? Any comments from the board member? Michelle?
I would just like to say on behalf of myself, it's not just a sacrifice that we make as the veterans and those in the military, and I might choke up on this and I apologize, but the sacrifice of my children that they made when I deployed, to the parents of these young men and women who are going into the service. They deserve as much recognition as the service member, because it takes a lot of sacrifice on their part to watch their loved one walk out the door.
We will now take a vote. All in favor, please indicate by, more comments. Certainly.
No, I just wanted to say a personal thank you to everyone who stood, Michelle and all of the other veterans who stood, and to the young people. You know, it puts it in perspective when she says a prayer like that, that she can stand there and pray tonight for us, and that we can sit here and disagree and then make decisions for ourselves about how we want to live our lives, and then all go home and sleep peacefully tonight and safely. And it's because of all of your sacrifices and the people that will continue to do that. So I just want to say a personal thank you.
All right, if there are no further comments, a verbal vote. We have a comment?
Yeah, I want to say just one thing.
Go, Ms. Rutherford.
I just wanted to say, my husband is not here, but he is a Vietnam-era vet, and I am so appreciative for all he has done. And my son is currently a Navy reservist. I'm very proud of him, too. And I know Mr. Bro has many decorated children who are currently serving, and I hope he would acknowledge them.
All right. All right, I have, currently I have two naval officers, captains. One is stationed in Rhode Island, and one is stationed in San Diego. I have a son that is Air Force in Keesler. He's a major. And I have a son-in-law who is Marine Corps. He's stationed in San Diego. And have three that were previously in, my daughter was previously in, and two son-in-laws were also served in the military. So. Okay, any other?
I just want to thank all y'all for y'all's service. I'd also like to recognize former District 10 board member Ron Betancourt. Tonight's presentation was always an emotional one for him. And so thank you, Mr. Ron, for your service.
All in favor of the resolution, please indicate by verbally aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Jabia.
Yes. Thank you so much. Before we move on to the last part, can I have all the ROTC students from Salmon High School that participated tonight as any part of this program, please stand and be recognized, please? Also the Salmon ROTC commanders, if y'all would please stand and be recognized, please. Will the parents of all these students, if you were in attendance, would you please stand and be recognized, please? And I will see you guys tomorrow. I will be at your Veterans Day program, so I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. Tonight, we finish our program by recognizing our veterans and their commitment and their sacrifice for them and their family that has been made for this country. In just a moment, we will stand and close with a salute to our veterans with the playing of Taps by Miss Callie Cephalou. Callie is a senior and a member of the Covington High School Band under the direction of Mr. Neil Knockan. There should be no applause after the playing of taps. Instead, we will end our salute with a moment of silence for all of our veterans who have gone before us to secure our freedom, and we honor those that are fighting today for our freedom. So at this time, if you will please stand and join me. If you'll please join me in just a moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated.
So, any guests who are here for the ceremony, before we proceed on with the rest of the meeting, you are allowed to leave if you prefer, or you can sit it out with the rest of us. Okay, before we proceed with the rest of the meeting, are there any board members who would like to recognize visitors? Ms. Rutherford.
I'd like to recognize Mr. Mike Derman, who was the former District 3 School Board Representative. Please stand, Mr. Mike Derman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd first like to thank Ms. Kim Gardner and Ms. Mary Hart for volunteering your day off for Men Who Cook and the board members that attended. It was a tremendous success, and when we as agencies work together, it is all for the betterment of children. So thank you for giving your day off to work, not just to attend the event. So with that being said, also this week, I would like to thank Coach John Boudreau, principal of Covington High School, and Coach Katie Patrick. We were invited to the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. It's Faith on the Field. Sometimes I get pessimistic about our future leaders and just seeing some of the way that things are unfolding in our country. But I'm telling you, I have never been so moved and so impressed with the children who spoke at that event, just really holding their feet to their fire and professing their faith. And the organization, it was tremendous. So that was an honor to attend, and it really, really, really gave me hope for our future. And then also I'd like to publicly say, last week I said that it was unacceptable for a instructional coach not to participate in a survey. And I had an instructional coach reach out to me, and I first want to say thank you for reaching out to me and clarifying something, because it's never, ever about feelings, but it is about facts. And so when we depend on the teachers and the educators to provide us with facts so that we can be good stewards of our constituents and their tax dollars. So it's never about feelings, it is about facts. And I want to thank that person who reached out and asked for clarity. And I appreciate everything everyone does every day for the greater good of children. So thank you.
Ms. McCollum?
Thank you, Mr. Bro. I would thank you, Ms. Baker. I was also in attendance at the FCA ceremony, and I would just like to say that a former administrative assistant of mine, a former football coach at Covington High, Darrell Graham, his grandson, who was the 6th grader, gave his testimony, and I'm telling you, that young man touched my heart and everyone's heart that was there with his testimony. It is really a tribute to that family and a real tribute to that young man and his bravery to get out in front of a football field pretty much full of people and say his faith. That was amazing to me. I'd also like to, on a more fun note, is that in my district and in my district, some of my constituents, tonight, Lakeshore High is in the state playoff, and I wish them good luck. And they also have their volleyball team, swimming team, and cross-country team getting ready to participate in state playoffs. And Fountain Blue High School's volleyball team is going to be in the state playoffs, and some of their swimmers in cross-country, and I just wish them all the luck in the world. That is a huge accomplishment.
Ms. Moore?
Thank you. I know we had our wonderful program tonight, but I know a lot of your schools are celebrating Veterans Day, and Mr. Jabby is attending a lot tomorrow. I was fortunate enough to go to Bayou Lacombe Middle School's program this morning. It was awesome. The students did a fantastic job. We have a very big veterans group in Lacombe, and they were all in attendance. So again, shout out to Bayou Lacombe Middle for a wonderful Veterans Day program today. Thank you.
Mr. Kuzan?
Thank you. I'd like to give a shout out to Brock Elementary School, Ms. Rose Smith, principal, and her staff for the breast cancer awareness parade that we had last week. Special thanks go to SRO Slidell Police Captain, Mr. Kevin Swan, the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office, St. Tammany Parish Fire Department, the many breast cancer survivors who attended and had a great breakfast sponsored by the Slidell Police, and Mr. Walmart sponsored the event with Mr. Lewis Wagner member. Special thanks also to Mr. DiCarlo for St. Tammany Junior High School for his assistance in the parade. Thank you very much.
Ms. Rufino Gallagher?
I'm not going to take all of Frank's thunder here like I usually do. But I just want to say great job to North Shore High School for putting on their Future Focus event last night. It was a huge success, and for their Veterans Day program today, which I was in attendance for. And as Ms. McCollum said, best of luck to all those football teams, volleyball teams, swim teams, all that are heading to state right now. Good luck to everybody, and we hope that you'll bring home the state championship to St. Tammany Parish. That's it.
All right, we'll move on to the superintendent's update. Mr. Javier?
Thank you. And Mr. Alfonso is not with us tonight because his daughter is in the state volleyball playoffs. And I, you know, Steve is at all, he's amazing with his kids. So I just want to, I didn't want him to miss this opportunity and him miss possibly her last game. So I definitely wanted him to be there with his family. So appreciate Steve going and doing that. Also want to, Ms. Gallagher always steals my thunder. But anyway, the Future Focus events have been going great. Monday, we started at Pearl River High School, and last night we were at North Shore High School, and it's just been electric. The kids, the faculty, and the staffs that have put their heart and soul into showing how much pride they have in their school is just amazing. So let's check out a quick video that Channel 13's put together.
So, how do you prepare for the career you want? Does it require specific training? How do I get there?
Future Focus Family Night is the opportunity for our junior high students and families to see all of the unbelievable opportunities that our high schools offer.
If you look around, the opportunities that our kids have to do amazing jobs, to do amazing things, are right here. They start right here, right now.
And it's really important for students to be able to explore and pursue their interests.
Good morning, Panthers. I'm Skylar.
Now, so that way when they leave us and engage in their next level of educational participation, that they really, have the skills and the tools to be really future ready.
There's so much that's offered, and there's sure to be a piece that they take away that they say, hey, that's going to be my home away from home for the next 4 years. And that's what we really want.
We're here to help these students know more about each and every club and what each and every club entails and holds, from service hour organizations to just simple clubs to be in.
It's really nice here, and I can't wait to be here next year.
The biggest thing that I hope they take away is that it's one big family here. The atmosphere here is just welcoming. There's something for everybody.
I think it's going to be easy to get comfortable here and easy to feel accepted.
I hope that everyone that comes here and views all these clubs tonight realizes that they have a place here and that everybody is welcome at North Shore High.
Again, it was just a truly electric atmosphere all week. We'll be at Lakeshore on Monday, and we'll be at Salmon High School on Wednesday of next week. But we will finish all those up before the Christmas break, so that when we get back from Christmas, those 8th grade schedule nights, 9th grade schedule nights will start taking place. But this gives a great opportunity for our students and our families to see what's offered at all of our schools. So that's all I have. Just wanted to give you guys an update. We did a lot last week, so thank you all very much.
How come Pearl River didn't get a video?
No. It was, are we on there? Yeah. It was a very exciting event that we had at Pearl River High School. Our students were very proud of all of the things that they were able to demonstrate, and it was very impressive to see the avenues, many avenues that they have to choose from at the high school level. And the fact that it's even extended beyond the borders of the school. We have schools with no borders. Any student that wants to participate in other activities or other opportunities, the school system literally buses them to those schools so they can be a participant. So whether it's at your school site or not, we have schools without borders. And that's a pretty good thing. Now, I wouldn't say that for the country, but I'll say that for the schools, because it takes off the limitations for our schools to benefit. And by the way, Pearl River High School is also in the state playoffs, and I wish them well. All right, thank you.
Any board members have questions on the superintendent's update?
Will you send us a copy of the rest of the Future Focus next dates?
Sure,
They're on
sure
this
will.
calendar, which is attached to your handouts.
We will now move on to consent agenda. First of all, are there any board members who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right, I'll read through them. Approval of minutes for special meeting held October 5th, 2023. Approval of minutes for the regular meeting held October 12th, 2023. Recommends acceptance of Florida Avenue Elementary School renovations as substantially complete, subject to architect's recommendations, submission of all regulatory requirements, and approval of Superintendent Javia. Recommends acceptance of Covington High School welding shop exterior expansion as substantially complete, subject to architect's recommendations, submission of all regulatory requirements, and approval of Superintendent Javia. Recommends acceptance of the low base bid submitted by Metro Mechanic in the amount of $268,530 for the replacement of 500 Wing Science Building HVAC units at Pearl River High School. Recommends acceptance of the low base bid submitted by CDX Construction LLC in the amount of $240,000 for the walk-in cooler freezer at Lyon Elementary School. Recommends acceptance of the low base submitted by Red Ox Construction LLC in the amount of $255,000 for the walk-in cooler freezer at Wood Lake Elementary School. Recommends acceptance of the final revised budgets for fiscal year 2022-2023. Recommends acceptance of the revisions of school board policy DID audits. Do I have Mr. Green made the motion, any second? Somebody? Ms. Baker? All right. Any comments from the public? All right. Last chance, does anyone want to remove anything from the consent agenda? If not, let's go ahead and vote. And that passes unanimously. We'll now move on to appropriate retirement resolutions for the following certificated personnel subsequent to October 12, 2023. Ms. Hart.
Thank you, President Bro, Superintendent Jabia, and Board. Tonight we have the appropriate retirement resolutions on the following certificated personnel subsequent to October 12, 2023 meeting. Kelly Harrow at Carolyn Park Middle, 29.11 years, 26.11 years in St. Tammany Parish. Linda L. Christ, Slidell High, 22.82 years, 9.32 years in St. Tammany Parish. Donna W. Clemens, Woodlake Elementary, 19.24 years, all in St. Tammany Parish.
Do I have a motion? Ms. Hanson? Ms. Moore? All right, any comments from the public? Any comments from the board? Seeing none, let's please vote. And that passes unanimously. We now have appropriate retirement resolutions for the following employee support services personnel subsequent to October 12, 2023. Ms. Hart.
Our appropriate retirement resolutions on the following employee support service personnel subsequent to the October 12, 2023 meeting. We have Ms. Annette P. Smith, Lake Harbor Middle School, 6.29 years, all in St. Tammany Parish.
That's it. Do I have a motion? Ms. Michelle Rufino Gallagher and Ms. Rutherford. All right, any comments from the public? Any comments from the board? Seeing none, let's please vote. And that passes unanimously. We now have consideration of K through 5 math curriculum. Mr. Carlo has a presentation for us.
Good evening, President Bro, board members, Superintendent Jabia, and guests. Dr. Langway and I will be reviewing the math curricular survey results, as well as providing you with some additional information. So as we recap, 579 employees participated in the survey that was open for a 2-week period. 519 teachers, 31 TRTs and/or instructional coaches, and 29 administrators completed the survey. So as we take a look, we see that 71.8% strongly agree that Eureka Math Squared effectively addresses and prepares students for mastery of the Louisiana Student Standards. We see that 71.7% strongly agree that Eureka Math Squared increases the opportunity for student engagement and math discourse while helping students gain a deeper understanding of mathematics. 61.3% strongly agree and agree that the Eureka Math Squared instructional resources are easy to use. And then 63.6% strongly agree and agree that the Eureka Math Squared professional development trainings have equipped me with the knowledge and skills to implement the curriculum. And as we look at the final results for the K-5, we can see that 55.4% are satisfied with Eureka Math Squared and would like to renew the contract. Of the teachers surveyed, 54% are satisfied. 44.6% would like to review other Tier 1 math curricula by moving forward with the textbook adoption process. Then, as we go back into the year of 2022, when we initially surveyed, we had the results back then in 2022, 66% voted to adopt the enhanced version of Eureka, and 64% of that was the teachers that wanted to adopt the Eureka Squared. So here you can see the math average scores for students in grades 3 through 5 scoring advanced and mastery, which equals the percent proficient over a 3-year period. These scores represent students utilizing the Eureka curriculum. In 2023, our 3rd grade students' percent proficient scores tied for 2nd among all other districts in the state of Louisiana. The one district ranked higher is using Eureka Math Squared. Our 4th and 5th grade students' percent proficient scores rank in the top 9 districts in the state. 4 of the 7 districts rank higher for grade 4 are using Eureka Math Squared. 5 out of the 8 districts scoring higher in grade 5 are using Eureka Math Squared. These scores are outranking the state percent proficient average by 12 to 17 points. And I do, guys, want to take the time to congratulate our effective K-5 math teachers. It's dedication, it's hard work, and it's persistence. And because of that, our students are continuing on their trajectories for future success. We are making them future ready. I also want to say congratulations to the students as well, for they are the ones who are demonstrating the mastery towards the grade level standards. And then STPPS is 12 weeks into the implementation of Eureka Math Squared, and we will not have the scores for this implementation until the spring of 2024. I also did want to point out that the state recognized 12 districts as top performing school systems for their academic performance on the LEAP 2025. So shown on the slide are the advanced and mastery percentage rates for all 4 content areas. So 8 of the top performing school systems are implementing Eureka Math Squared. And so we also do need to address a few more points of consideration. So in the state of Louisiana, there are 25 districts utilizing Eureka Math Squared. I did list some of the district names for those that are scoring higher than we are, and they are using Eureka Math Squared in various grade levels. 4 out of those 25 districts, they are in year 2 of implementation, and Lafayette Parish is actually in year 2 of its implementation. I do want to acknowledge that we have 45% of the teachers that would like for us to review other curriculum. Therefore, we have sent our supervisors out to our schools and will continue to do the work with the schools through PLCs and support them as well as in the ILTs. We can address that special attention does need to be paid to pacing concerns, assessment scoring, as well as some technical issues. I do know that there is a desire for consistency. We have a large percentage that do want to stay on the course that we are on. And as you look at the last two bullets, I wanted to show you where we are in our content areas as far as the years of implementation. So you can see CKLA, this is our year 2 of implementation. Haggerty, which was the phonemic awareness that does support the phonics instruction, is in year 2. Eureka Math Squared is year 1. We have Amplify Science, which is in year 1 of implementation. And we also have our new social studies standards that the K-2 teachers are learning as well. When we take a look at our K through 5 teachers and students, we know we're in year 1 of Eureka, as well as science is in year 1. And then social studies is also with new standards implementation. So as we move forward into our next school year, as well as we move into 24 and 25, you can see what year of implementation they will be on. And then we will more than likely also be taking a look at some guidebook units that may be new and being added in as well. Sorry this is small, but this is a lot of what we have planned for the school year support in order for Eureka Math Squared. As you guys can see, it started all the way back in this last school year in March and April, where all of our teachers and administrators were trained. STPPS has spent a significant amount of time and fiscal resources on professional learning. It's important to support initial implementation as well as for sustained success. Again, targeted professional learning is going to include some pacing, assessment scoring, as well as how to actually use some of the online features that have come through with the new Eureka Math Squared. Also as well, we are utilizing our teachers. Our kindergarten teacher assessment team has already been formed, has already met. And then we also do have teachers in other grade levels forming for assessment teams as well. So the plan, you can see where we are in November, and then there is a lot support. This is coming in December, January, February, and March as well. And then at this time, Dr. Langlois is going to continue with the 6 through 8.
Good evening. As we transition from the kindergarten to 5th grade to the 6th through 8th grade math curriculum, we thought it might be nice to kind of see how the standards are aligned in these grade levels. So what you have up here are the domains of the math standards. And so I think it's important to make note of that kindergarten through 5th grade have domains that are unique to them. Things such as number base 10 or operations of algebraic thinking, fractions, things of that nature. When students transition and the standards progress, grades 6 through 8 also have a common set of domains. Ratios and proportions, functions, the number systems, expressions and equations, and then the standards again, when you move to high school, have a set of domains. So those clusters of standards kind of are developed with a vertical alignment, yes, but also unique as the students progress in their age and the developmental level in their conceptual understanding of math. So when we administer the same survey to the teachers of grades 6 through 8 math, same questions, we had almost 90% or over 90% response rate of agree to strongly agree to all the questions. And so that led to over 81% of our teachers indicating that they would like to continue using iReady Classroom as their math curriculum. That's actually an increase to the previous year where 71% had wanted to stay with iReady. So it's, the positive reception of our teachers and how they're using it with their kids is very clear, but it's also clear in our data and our student results. So for the last 3 years, we have consistently shown 3% of mastery and above performance in our students every year. And just, I'm kind of proud of this, 7th grade grew from 6th place in the state to 3rd. They're ranked 3rd in the state, and 6th grade is actually ranked 4th in the state currently for their percent proficient. We're making gains. Our students are just showing what they know with math, and we're really excited about that. So some things to consider. I think it's clear that the results overwhelmingly show that the teachers are wanting to continue to use iReady Classroom. The math state testing data is showing. But also, one of the things that is available to our teachers and students is a diagnostic assessment. It is adaptive, and it helps identify what skills students have or need to master to help them continue moving forward. And we run data each year, and those results show that those diagnostics are valid and reliable indicators at helping us predict and progress monitor how our students will perform on the LEAP 2025 assessment. And this is just kind of a big picture view of the professional development. We combine vendor support along with our internal amazing team of curriculum specialists and our coaches to work alongside our teachers and help them internalize and implement this curriculum. We started last spring when we onboarded all of our teachers, all of our administrators. In the summer, we really spent time digging into unpacking the topics, which is kind of like a unit, as well as individual lessons, looking at how the lessons unfold over the course of several days between developing and refining. Then we started the school year off supporting our teachers with lesson 0. That is kind of like getting to know the routines, and it embeds prerequisite skills for the students so they start school off kind of, hey, I know you've been home for the summer, but here's math, and let's get going. And this is what Math Classroom is going to look like this year. We also supported our teachers with how to leverage the iReady assessments that come with. They have lesson quizzes as well as unit assessments. And then all throughout the school year, we're doing a variety of things. We are continuing to work with teachers and PLCs on unpacking the additional units as they go, and we make sure we do it well enough ahead so they can continue that conversation in their PLCs. We have supported them with the thinking routines and mathematical practices. We're pushing into schools and we're doing data digs with the administrators as well as PLCs, and just being in classrooms and trying to make sure that we're staying on top of whatever teachers need and we're there to support them. Thank you very much.
So for tonight, to wrap it up for tonight, we're simply asking for a decision as to whether we'll continue with the current curriculum or go through a formal adoption process. Because if you decide that we go through a formal adoption process, that timeline is tight and it begins immediately. It begins tomorrow for us. If you decide that we continue on the current track that we're on with our current curriculum, then at that point, that's all we need is that, yes, we'll continue with our current curriculum, and we will get in touch with our vendors. We will get more the current prices. We'll get the shipping costs calculated to bring back to you, at which time you can determine the terms and the length of those contracts. So we would just ask for a decision tonight to either go through an adoption process or continue with where we are. So in summary, some points of consideration that we considered as a team to support a recommendation one way or the other is that, first of all, a majority of survey respondents support continuing on the current path. Overall, teachers want to stay the course. They do not want to learn another curriculum, and they do want some consistency. They have only had one grading period to get acclimated to the upgrades to Eureka, and that we are currently making plans to incorporate additional supports based on feedback that's been provided by teachers and administrators to us. And that's regarding assessments and a few other issues that they'd like us to address. But most importantly, what drives all of our decisions, student results are positive. We are growing students, and that's indicated by proficiency scores. And again, proficiency doesn't just mean proficiency means mastery and above. Mastery and above. So we are closing achievement gaps that have been heightened due to the pandemic and learning loss. With any evaluation of a curriculum, we need a definitive, at least a minimum of 3 years to determine if and draw conclusions about a curriculum's effectiveness, a minimum of 3 years. It would be counterproductive to change courses at this time, to change those instructional resources, the instructional practices and strategies, when we have been identified this year as one of 4 districts in the top 10 rankings for both growth and proficiency. Additionally, we have invested a great deal of resources, both time and financial resources. And at this point, we feel like we are ready to move, and we need to move beyond the onboarding process, where we're just getting people acclimated to curriculum, and dive deeper into that content for continued support. So based on the data presented, it's our professional recommendation that we continue using the current curricula, both Eureka Math Squared and iReady Classroom. Thank you.
All right, I see we have a lot of people queued up for questions and discussion, but we will need a motion on the floor first. Ms. Hanson, what is the motion?
Microphone, please. I so move that we continue with the K-5 math curriculum and the 6-8 math.
Okay, could we possibly break that into
That's
two
fine.
separate
Then
motions?
I'll make the first motion that we continue with the K-5 math curriculum, which is Eureka Math Squared.
We have a second by Mr. Kuze.
You're in K-5, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Are there any comments from the public? Come up, please state your name.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Jabia. My name is Kimberly Briette. I am a 4th grade teacher at Lancaster Elementary School in Madisonville. This is my 16th year as an educator and my 9th year in St. Tammany Parish. I do appreciate your time and investment to the children in our learning community. And after watching last week's meeting, I felt compelled to come speak to you about the consideration of continuing with Eureka Math Squared as our K-5 Tier 1 curriculum in St. Tammany Parish. Several board members stated that they wanted to hear from teachers, and I'm here on behalf of those who are in favor of continuing with Eureka Math Squared. I believe I can bring you a unique perspective on the curriculum, not only as a current classroom teacher who is using the curriculum with fidelity, but also as a parent of children who are currently enrolled in St. Tammany Parish. I have an additional perspective to offer as a current member of the St. Tammany K-5 Math Content Leader Training Cohort. For those of you who may not know, the Content Leader Program is an application-based, year-long program designed by the state of Louisiana. It includes 54 hours of in-person instruction, as well as a series of portfolio-based assessments. The Content Leader Initiative has 2 main goals: to grow local leadership pipelines for schools and school systems by developing talented teachers within the system, and to equip a group of talented educators with knowledge and skills to support other educators during teacher collaboration. During and after training, we are tasked with redelivering professional development in math instruction that we received through the program. Through the 30 hours of training I have received so far, I have completed an in-depth study of Louisiana's 3 key shifts in mathematics, those being focus, coherence, and rigor. Is that all? Do I have to stop?
Yes, you may continue.
Thank you.
I think the majority of the board wants to hear it out.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Louisiana's 3 key shifts in mathematics are focus, coherence, and rigor. And although I've only been using the Eureka Math Squared for 13 weeks, I can say with 100% certainty that it not only meets but exceeds Louisiana's expectations for all 3 key shifts. Based on the survey that went out to teachers, TRTs, instructional coaches, and administrators, 71.8% of participants agreed or strongly agreed that it effectively addresses and prepares students for mastery of the Louisiana Student Standards for Mathematics. With more time, I wholeheartedly believe that that percentage will only increase, as will our test scores. To thoroughly evaluate its effectiveness, we need more time. As presented to you last week, our testing data over the last 3 years has shown a slow but steady increasing trend. We have increased our overall percentage of proficiency despite deficits that many of our students had due to COVID. I believe that this increase was due to the strength of the Eureka Math curriculum. The upgrades provided through Eureka Math Squared are phenomenal and will undoubtedly keep our students on that upward trend. Great Minds, the developer of Eureka Math Squared, listened to the feedback from educators. The focus is stronger, the coherence is stronger, and the rigor is more evident throughout the entire curriculum. I can specifically attest to the coherence between 4th and 5th grade, as I currently teach 4th grade and have a 5th grade daughter who is also being instructed with Eureka Math Squared. I've had the opportunity to closely examine both grade levels, and the connection is very, very strong. Through networking at my school site, as well as with teachers from other sites who are enrolled in the Content Leader program, I have found that several 5th grade teachers have expressed concerns that the pacing of the curriculum is challenging and that there are some learning gaps.
Ms. Kimberly, could
Yes.
you speed it up a little bit?
Okay, I'm sorry. This is because this is our first year using this new upgrade. If we stick with the curriculum, because of the strong coherence I've witnessed between 4th and 5th grade, I believe that next year's 5th graders will be better equipped and prepared for the rigor and pacing provided in the upgrade. Again, we need more time to evaluate its effectiveness. One of the biggest concerns,
Ms. Kimberly,
yes.
I think we've heard it.
Can
Your
I just
2-minute
speak
limit
very
is up.
quickly on the assessment piece? Because I know that was a big area of concern.
I think we've heard your points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Okay. Well, believe it or not, I'm first on the agenda, but I'm willing to let others speak if need be. I have a few questions. Okay. It was mentioned that, first of all, the motion on the floor is for the K through 5. So most of what my comments are for the Eureka Squared Math, which would be appropriate. How many Tier 1 math curriculum are available through the state right now in that level?
Right now, there are 4 that are K-8. There was going to be 5 but they didn't include kindergarten, and we don't want to have a shift in curriculum from K to 1. So it's Eureka Math Squared, Ready Classroom, Intro to Math, which is HMH, and Envision, which is Savvis Learning Company.
So
there's 4.
has there been an increase since last year?
I
Do you
can't
know if
rem-
any of those
well,
are new?
Yes, because we have more vendors.
Right. So it's not surprising that everybody's using Eureka 2 because there are very few to choose from, correct? Am I correct in that assessment?
I mean, I can't,
Okay.
because not all districts go through the adoption process, because a board and a superintendent can choose off the list and not have input from constituents.
All right. We showed scores for the last 3 years. Have we achieved the same level of performance that we had prior to COVID?
I did not bring.
Prior to COVID, we were at 46% all subjects. That's all I can speak to right now. All subjects advanced mastery. We are at 45% all subjects. I can't speak to math by itself.
No, and to, what I brought you is the years that we fully implemented, the implementation of the Eureka curriculum. So when you look at 2021, 21, 22, That's the Eureka curriculum. So the first year right after COVID is when St. Tammany went full implementation. And we followed it with fidelity.
So prior to that, what were we using?
The math textbook.
Big Math, it was with McGraw-Hill.
Yeah.
Or My Math, sorry, not Big Math, My Math with McGraw-Hill. Big Ideas.
Big ideas.
Which was not a tier one, so we couldn't use it anymore, or that was the, okay, you mentioned that there were, several schools that are in year 2 of Eureka Squared.
There are 4 districts that are in.
Do we have any comparison of their results over the first year of using Eureka 2 versus the year before? I mean, are they going up or down using Eureka Squared?
Well, Lafayette Parish is in year 2, and they scored higher than we did last year, Mr. Bro.
All right, but you don't have the previous year, so they could have declined. You don't know.
I did not bring that with you. I brought 2023 data.
All right. You know, I'm not saying that Eureka 2 is not the best option, but when 45% of the teachers that are using it say we should look at the others, I'm thinking that that's probably a good indication. It went from 66% last year to 45%. I mean, 66 in favor last year to 55% this year. I think a lot of teachers seem to be changing their mind on it. It doesn't hurt us to do an evaluation, see what else is available, and I would certainly like to consider opening it up for a new evaluation. And that's all I have. Ms. Fauneroy?
Thank you, Mr. Breaux. I certainly recommend, respect the administration's recommendation, and I think the previous speaker made a really good point. We're only 9 weeks into this. It's hard to make a decision about something. It's challenging. Anything new is challenging, and it's hard to make a final decision based on 13 weeks. I know as an educator for 27 years, as an administrator for 20 of those, I often heard teachers say, can we just stick to something? You know, I think consistency is important to our teachers. I had many tell me, I don't even care what the curriculum is, if they would just stick to one. And so I do think that is a big factor. I do have a question. Dr. McCurley, you said you needed a decision tonight because of needing to get prices if we changed. So the numbers that you brought for us that we discussed that were going into the budget, are those not solid numbers for what we were looking at for Eureka, for staying with it?
They are solid numbers.
Okay.
However, we didn't present every year option. So we
Okay.
brought, I believe, a 1 year
And a 3.
and a 3 year.
Right.
We
Okay.
would see also what is a 2 year,
Okay.
what is beyond that. So
Okay.
we would do that as well as the updated shipping costs.
Okay. An observation, I thank you, Mr. Jabby, for sharing, and Dr. McCullough for getting those grade level breakdowns. One thing I saw is our K through T teachers really like, overwhelmingly support. We have a lot of problems in 3 through 5, and then we hit 6 through 8, and they love it again. You know, so 3 through 5, those are hard grades anyway, and those are our kids who were impacted by COVID the most. And admittedly, by the curriculum team, there are some things that need to be addressed at those grade levels in terms of the assessments and pacing. But I think that's something we can do, you know, with just a little bit of time. I do like, one thing I heard you say, somebody said about the assessment teams meeting in kindergarten, and I believe they've done that in first grade. Is that an option for 8th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th to have those assessment teams of teachers? I know they meet. Is that something y'all are considering if we stick with Eureka?
Yes, that is, if we do stay, yes, we will have assessment teams for all grade levels.
Okay, because I've heard wonderful things about those from the little grade teachers. I mean, they appreciate those coming back from their peers. And One more. Are there instructional videos with these, with Eureka Squared like there were with?
There are not,
There are not,
and
okay. Because
we do
we
know
missed
that,
those.
yes, we do know that the teachers do miss those videos.
Okay.
Those videos truly were instructional videos for teachers, not really intended for the distribution to students, but I know that in some
No,
cases.
we actually showed them to parents sometimes because then the parents could
exactly.
understand
Yes,
what their kid was learning.
Eureka Squared does not have them, and
Okay.
to be
It's not an
honest with
option.
you, I mean, I'm not sure any other vendor. you
And
know, 'cause
iReady
we haven't dug that deep into them yet.
iReady just starts at 6 through 8. I mean, it seems to be so well liked by our teachers. Is that something that goes slower?
It does.
It does?
Yes.
Okay. That's all, I'm sure.
K-8.
K-8? Okay.
K-8.
Why did we not consider doing it K-8? I'm just curious.
Because actually Eureka was what was in place, and
Okay.
when the vote was 66% to continue.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, President Bro. I have to say that I've spoke with principals in my district. I spoke with teachers, and I also spoke with Dr. McCurley, looking at it, because we were getting mixed results. We have 54% want, 47% don't. And, the emails I was getting from teachers, as well as what some of what the teachers or principal was telling me, again, it's K2, they love it. 3-5, it's more challenging. More specifically, 4th, 5th. And some of the things you already mentioned, it was the assessments, which I believe Dr. McCurley had said that the assessment package, we don't have to necessarily purchase that assessment package. We can purchase something else. So if that's a problem. Or we have wizards as supervisors and curriculum specialists. I'm sure they can come up with stuff. Another concern that the 4th and 5th grade teachers shared with me was presentation slides, and because it was new. So again, I think that we need to bolster that more. The pace, I've already mentioned. One of the things was said more so about 4th and 5th was the gaps in learning, particularly with 5th. And it stands to reason that these were the COVID kids, and these were the COVID kids that were not getting the real Eureka, okay? So there's going to be more scaffolding and support needs to be, with that. My concern, and I don't want to not have a voice for my teachers. And so I have one school, they love it, another one, more concerned about it. So I want to balance those two out. But looking at the bigger picture, I see that the district has spent significant amount of money on PD training, all this kind of stuff, and resources. Significant amount of time, teachers' time, scarce time. Our scarcest commodity is our teachers' time to have to relearn something new. The results do speak for themselves. For us to be where we are, even with the COVID gaps and setbacks. And then the thing that I also ask myself is, if not this, then what? We know what this is doing. We know, we've already put the money into it. Okay, we already put the money into it. We've already started to see results. We know where the teachers are with it, and we know where we need to plug in the holes, where we need to give support. We know where all this. We know this. If we say no tonight, and this is just as a caveat, if we say no tonight to this K-5, we do not know what we're going to get. We do not know how much it would cost. We do not know how much time it would take for the teachers to learn the new material. We'd be entering into an unknown versus let's continue working on where we are and what we need to do. That is, time and money is too limited for us not to do that. I feel like we need to continue with this. And let our teachers, let our supervisors, our curriculum specialists, our administrators do what they do and continue providing support.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, and I agree with what has already been said. I did do my homework. I did speak to all my principals. I know that the elementary, again, is in love with it, and the junior high as well. The problem, again, is that middle age group. So I appreciate you, Dr. McCurley, and those that I met with to help me better get my head around it. The good news is for me and for my schools is that you will come back to the table, as I understand, and we can vote on a time limit at that point. And I am very interested in the SWE data as well to see how we're going to scaffold that down and make it work. But for that, I am going to support my constituents and my schools and what they're wanting, knowing that there is a time frame for that.
Ms. McCullum?
Thank you, Mr. Bro. I too agree with what's been said already, and I will reiterate some of those same things. I won't repeat them because I agree with them. As of last week, I was on the fence about this. I was a curriculum specialist myself in secondary math, so this is my heart. And again, the results that we're getting, the professional development and money spent that's already been done, the other high-performing districts that are using it, I think are a real plus to this. I did reach out to all of my schools, and I have 6 schools in my district. Of them, 2 of them are baby schools that I call them, my K2, and I have 2 middle schools, but I also reached out to another K-2 school that many of my constituents' children attend, and the same results occurred, that K-2 is all for it, and there's a mixed bag for the middle schools. So with all that being said, I agree that we need to move forward with Eureka Squared Math. Myself, as Ms. Fauntleroy, it is so important to be consistent. We cannot get true results unless we use the same curriculum for at least the minimum, as Dr. McCurley said, of 3 years. Really, it should be longer than that before you get any real true results from data. And that's really binding for a curriculum. So that piece said, but I do have one question, Mr. Carlo, or Dr. McCurley, which one? Of those middle schools, I do feel there needs to be some extensive support in there. Ms. Hanson did mention some things, but what are you guys, y'all are aware of this already. What are you planning to do, if we move forward with this, what can y'all do and what are your plans?
Well, one, we're going to start with our curriculum specialist, and Casey Cummins is here, who does support Eureka for K-5. She too will be pushing into PLCs in order to work directly with the teachers when they are unpacking the particular sessions. As well, we're trying to develop that common language, that common understanding, because I do feel that the teachers, when Eureka Math Squared, they expected it to be more similar to Eureka. And when I say that, it's not as if the curriculum itself has changed. There's different components that have moved. Some of the instructional materials are different. Many things have gone online. So we do need to work to also demonstrate some of those things. We have also, what we're working on doing too, is we're meeting with instructional coaches. We do that at the end of the month. We work with them in order, if there's any instructional strategies that they need to work with the teachers as well too, that can be helped. We just recently did additional training with our administrators as well with assessments, because we do know that it's different this year with the assessment package being purchased. And it's not the assessments not matching the standards, it's the scoring. So we are digging deep. We've done, like I said, some additional PD with our administrators as well too. And our supervisors will be staying in touch because we know that we need to make sure that we are addressing what their individual concerns are.
Thank you. One more question. At one point in time, y'all expressed that we were using illuminations, which is an assessment piece from K to 12. Can y'all expound on that
Sure.
just a bit? And
Sure.
how that will support the teachers?
Absolutely. So teachers and administrators and all of our schools were really expressing a desire to have a data and assessment platform. And so an RFP went out last year, and the winner of the RFP was, it's called Illuminate. It also was bought out during this process by Renaissance. You may have heard it called that as well. And what it is it's a K-12 assessment platform. And it's available to all subject areas, so including K-5 math. And it allows us the ability to create our own assessments, utilize existing assessments, and get unbelievable reporting so our teachers can really spend their time making sense of the data and making decisions of what is needed for kids and not trying to hunt and piece together the data and then make decisions. So it's really going to be a powerful tool for our teachers, and we can use it, and it might help us as we support our teachers in the scoring of assessments and just utilizing assessments to gauge what students know and understand.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
thank you guys for all the work on putting this information together for us, giving us a little deeper understanding of the scores and what is going on in schools and what kind of supports we can give. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Dr. Peterson.
Yes. Now, I don't want to be redundant here, but thank you so much. Coming from someone who studied math, was right there with it, gives me another granule of confidence here. And I certainly appreciate the staff's hard work and what they've brought to light, because they've answered the questions. You talked about student success. Well, we're seeing that. You talked about teacher confidence is 81%. We're hearing that. I talked to principals, talked to some of our teachers, and they are moving in this direction. And you don't change horses in the middle of a race or when the race just started. You got to give good things time, and they come to fruition. And so I would like to see us commit to the current resources that we have, which affords us a plateau of stability to work from. And let's don't underestimate the creativity of our teachers, because it works because they get it. And you don't want to pull that away from them. So in all confidence, I appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kuzan.
Thank you. Based on the results, K to 5, I strongly agree with the staying the course with the Eureka numbers. We have no evidence that if we change curriculum now, the scores would go up anyway. I feel that 55% of the teachers voted to stay the course. That's a little higher than 45% who wanted to change it. I have one question that I'd like to ask. Does Eureka Squares in K to 5 lead up to helping the students in iReady in 6 to 8?
Yes, because where we begin with the foundational skills in kindergarten, so each year, it's a progression of skills. So by the time our students go from K through 5, they have that strong foundation of the 6 domains before they enter into 6th grade. And then it begins a different progression of skills.
Well, that would be one main reason why I would believe in staying the course that we're on. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Rufino Gallagher.
Just a couple questions. I'm looking at the list of things of how many things have been in implementation and how long. This might be for you, Dr. McCurley. What else is coming down the pipe for these teachers?
The next thing that we're anticipating would be social studies. Those standards have been released, but we're still waiting on some viable considerations of curriculum.
So the thing in here that says social studies year one new standards implementation is not for this school year?
The standards are available, but actual curriculum that we would consider supporting as instructional resources are not yet available.
So we're pretty much assuming we're going to change the social studies curriculum next year. Is that what that means?
We currently don't have a social studies curriculum in place, adopted curriculum. We do have supports and resources.
The state changed the benchmarks and standards for social studies, and there is no materials available yet. They're being created right now. We have nothing to choose from. So we're using our own teachers, our staff, and Bayou Bridges through the state of Louisiana to educate our students. Everybody in the state is in the same boat.
Right.
Everybody's in that
So
same
next
boat.
school year, probably, hopefully.
We're hoping there'll be some options to consider.
So it won't necessarily be a new curriculum, it'll just be a new textbook that they have to use based on these standards that are already implemented. I'm just trying to figure out how many more things they're gonna have to relearn and reteach in the next 2 or 3 years if we switch curriculums.
Right, so they have the resources they need to teach the standards. Our curriculum specialists make sure that they have
Okay.
those supports and lessons created for them. This would be another, one of the big misconceptions that we hear often is the misuse of the term curriculum. So the curriculum will provide background and content knowledge. What we do and what our curriculum specialists do is provide instructional resources to support and supplement a curriculum. So right now, we're giving teachers everything they need to be successful in the classroom and teach the standards, and we're looking for a fully written curriculum that will provide all that content knowledge, all the background knowledge for people who have been trained to write curriculum to enhance that instruction and guide it, a framework.
Okay, and I do know that there is a higher percentage that were for it, but did anybody, and I'm assuming this survey is like anonymous? Or to like?
It is.
So
It is.
So there's no way to go back, because I've been told, and I don't know if this is accurate, like there's really, like it's like a yes or no. It's not like you can't write why you think something or why you're against it or what your concerns are. So do we know why this 45% of teachers are against it, why they would be against it, and what their reasons for not wanting it are?
I mean, the survey was not an open response survey, but so what we did after the survey closed, all the supervisors reached out to each school in order to start to begin that process of obtaining that information. And actually, through that information, things that I'm saying to you, the pacing was of a concern, the assessment scoring. So through that, I mean, that is how I'm actually acknowledging to you what some of those concerns are.
Okay. And then, this might be a dumb, what is unpacking units? Like at unit 2, y'all are all just like taking it out of the plastic at that point?
No, so what that actually.
Like, I don't know what that means.
Okay, so when we say that we're unpacking a lesson, so as a teacher, you are learning what your entire unit is going to be about. So believe it or not, you work backwards. So you take a look at the assessment. So what is going to be on that assessment? One of the most important things as well is for the teacher to work that assessment, to know what the math is and things like that. And then we go back. Yeah, well, then we
There's
go.
a noise. We're like, what is that noise?
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's
And when you
okay.
say
I thought
assessment,
you
you mean
wanted
the
me to
test.
stop.
Like, I just want to make sure, like, you're talking about the test.
I'm talking about the entire unit.
Okay.
So that way the teacher knows exactly what it is, what are the standards to be covered, and then once they work backwards. You have your assessment, you know what your standards are that you're covering within that particular unit, and then they actually start digging into the content in order to know to start planning their teaching and their instruction. So it's really digging in to knowing what standards am I covering and how am I going to deliver that content to my students.
Okay. I will say, based on a lot of things others said, the whole 3 to 5 grade level, that's concerning because K through 2, I mean, don't get me wrong, they know math, but like the 3 to 5 is like meat and potatoes before you get to high school. And I know there's a 45% that don't like it. that's just concerning, that the K through 2 is great, but that 3 to 5, which is hard years anyway, that's where the teachers are like, yeah, this isn't really cutting it for me. So I'm a little, I know that it's easier to just move on than try something new, because like they said, there's no guarantee that the scores will go up with something new. But that's just concerning that 3 to 5, those tough years, are the teachers are like, this isn't working well for us. So that's just my thought.
Ms. Rutherford.
Okay, I know that the younger grades, the teachers are loving it, and I'm reading it from a teacher who wrote this to me in an email, and she said that the students are able to have that productive struggle and learn the concept first before applying it, and they're loving it in the earlier grades. So I think we really need to definitely keep that, but I'm throwing really a big wrench in there. Has anyone looked at, since our 6th grade teachers love iReady, is there any way we could look at iReady for the 4th and 5th grade teachers? Has anyone looked at the iReady for 4th and 5th? I know iReady is available for 4th and 5th.
I'm not saying that,
We'd have to go through the full adoption
Yeah.
process and consider all the options that are there, not just iReady.
Right. But, I mean, has anybody even looked at the curriculum that's offered in iReady for 4th and 5th? I mean, I don't know what it even looks like.
I mean, right now, no ma'am, because we spend our time right now
Right.
actually studying Eureka Math Squared and learning what that content is in order to assist the teachers in the best instruction possible. You know, as we said before, we look at this as a K to 5 because we truly want the skills and the progression to be there for our students. It's not content driven to just pull certain grade levels out of certain things. And so when we look at that progression, it's there so that the skills, and we don't create learning gaps by doing that.
Okay, and then when I asked last week, y'all did say that y'all were gonna pull teachers who had those high scores to get through the district, to meet up with people across the district, to see what they're doing to increase that rigor and get those assessments up to par. Are they gonna have, are they gonna be able to create their own assessments for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th? Would that be a possibility for those teachers for 4th and 5th?
I mean, even now, a teacher can add if a question to an assessment, if that is something they deem necessary. The only thing that we state, you know, as a district is to make sure that whatever is created matches the rigor of what the standard is. You know, and it's pretty interesting because I recently just had a 3rd grade teacher who did that. She added a question, then actually came back and an aha moment came to her and said, now I understand why what I did doesn't match the rigor of the standard in actually the question in which she developed. And actually, I was looking to go back to the PD slide because what we actually are doing, we are going to have specific grade level teachers that will be coming together. We had one already. No, the PLC that we did at Harrison, that was actually just now. And then we actually have a second one coming in December.
Okay, good. And my other question is, if, oh gosh, I just lost my train of thought. If they're gonna do, the 4th and 5th grade teachers who are very high, and they're having to increase their rigor in the assessments to meet the standards, to make sure that they're test ready, how are we gonna get them involved in the district? Are we gonna, we're gonna bring them in, you said, right?
Right, we have
So-
assessment teams. for
Okay, because I
grade
know some of
levels.
those teachers who are, oh, this is my other question. Okay, the ones who were surveyed through, K through 5, is there any way, did you break that up to see, maybe the ones who were unhappy are the ones who are in 4th and 5th, and maybe the ones who are, the earlier ones, the younger ones are really happy?
I'm not,
You don't know?
I can't speak for the people who voted
Because it's probably the 4th and 5th who were in that 40%.
and the people who speak against. I mean, I can
Okay.
truly say to you, you know, some teachers said, Well, I might have voted for option 2, thinking I could go back to just Eureka and not have to go to Eureka Squared.
Okay.
You know, I know some didn't like the assessments because there wasn't an understanding of truly how to score them. So I can't speak, and I mean,
Okay.
and I don't want to speak for opinions because I don't know
Right.
what was in someone's thoughts as
Okay.
they were voting. So
But I do know
I
that
don't want to speak for that.
The sixth
But, I
grade
mean,
loves the iReady, so.
You know, every math teacher received a survey. Every math teacher.
Thank you so much for all
Had
your
an
work.
opportunity. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Hurstis.
This might be a stupid question, but what's new for me? Is there any reason why we got to vote today? Is there any reason why we have to, we can't wait and assess maybe a couple of weeks from now?
So.
Because it is kind of early. I mean,
It
we've
is
only been
early.
this year.
It is early, and we would love to have more time. However, if we have to go through the full adoption process, it's complicated, complex, and it does take time. And if you remember last year when we were going through another adoption, we also had the holidays and the shipping and the delays. And so we have to, if it's going to be a full adoption, we're ready to get started tomorrow with the process and contacting vendors and putting the notifications out. And it's a lengthy process. So we need to determine as soon as possible, not the length of a contract if we're going to renew, but just are we going to renew or are we not going to renew? But yet we do need more time.
I know, but we also need more time to assess what the teach, because I mean, we've got, we got
let's say this.
halvesies.
Right, and if we even waited a few more months, it's still not enough time because we won't have these results, like Mr. Carlo said, until the spring. And then that's too late to start ordering and get things before the end of the school year.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Any further questions from the board? Oh, we have Ms. Hanson.
I understand it's, my husband, when I was talking with him about it, why do you have to do that right now? Okay? And I could just say this as a former curriculum specialist, and Ms. McCullum can say that too. When they go through a curriculum adoption, a textbook adoption, by board policy, there's a process that has to be followed. And one of the things that bothers teachers the most is if we don't get in materials for the new curriculum until August, a week before school starts, because they have no time to start delving into it and dealing it. So because of the timeline that's required by policy to put it out to the public, to set up vendors send, all kinds of, samples, to get the public involved, teachers involved, to present it to the board, all of that takes so much time that if you don't do it in enough time, you can't order the resources enough time, and come July, teachers are on fire because y'all going to give me something a week before. So that's just a little understanding why the urgency.
Mr. Kuzan.
Are we finished with the K to 5? Then can we call for the question?
I don't hear a second of that. If no other comments, please, let's vote on this amendment, this proposal.
Ms. Hanson, did you vote? I'm gonna guess you want to vote yea since you made the motion? 13 yeas, 1 nay.
Motion passes 13 yeas, 1 nay. We will now move, I will now accept the motion for the second one, which is the consideration of the 6th through 8 math curriculum.
Mr. Bro, I would like to make the motion that we accept the recommendation of iReady Math for 6 through 8.
Thank you. Is there a second? Ms. Baker? Okay. We have a motion and a second to accept the recommendations for 6 through 8 ready math, or whatever it is, iReady classroom. Are there any comments from the public? Any comments from the board? Seeing none, please vote.
Do you have your PowerPoint open? You want to vote yea again? Unanimous.
And that motion passes unanimously. All right, next on the agenda is consideration of a new board policy, GBN, dismissal of employees. And I have to say that this one has been modified since it was passed out of committee. Do we have someone who can talk to the modification? Mr. Harold, do you remember what, it struck the clause about people no longer able to work?
Yeah.
Do I have a motion before we, I guess, to
I'll make a motion.
accept the proposal? Mr. Harrell, second? Any second? Ms. McCollum? All right. Any comments from the public?
Did you need that clarification or not, Mr. Bro?
I would prefer having the clarification because it took out a lot of the discussion
Okay.
that we might have.
Basically, it struck out the section that was titled Employees Incapable of Working because that section is covered under the Support Employees section. So it was basically, if you look to the section on the last page of the policy, it's covered there, and it was a redundant policy. So we struck that from there.
All right,
It's addressed
thank you.
through state law.
Thank you. All right, comments from the public. Mr. Osborne.
Good evening, board members, administration. It is surprising to see these two HR policies back so soon. I did think there was going to be a little time, but I do applaud the striking of the most controversial language. And those that have looked around, this looks nearly identical to, Jefferson and others. It's pretty much a forethought written document. I did want to mention compliance, though. Remember, the history here of this being pointed out was the Federation's attorney notified us saying there's a hole in the policies of St. Tammany Parish. We do have a CBA dismissal policy for discipline, which is in our CBA. We don't want these policies in the CBA. We don't, for instance, want to have to sit in an HR meeting, but you're still not in compliance with the law. The law says, and this is 17:81.5, the school board shall provide a procedure by which any employee whose dismissal is governed by this section may participate in the development of the rules and policies. Such rules and policies shall be made available for public inspection within 10 days after they are finally adopted. As Mr. Harrison pointed out, you do already have a procedure called collective bargaining. So I think the way we can do this is Superintendent Jabby and I can write an MOU creating a committee and let that committee give the input on the policy. Then the board can write or adopt whatever policy you want, and that would satisfy the requirement of the law. The only other way to do it, I think, would be for a motion to create a committee on your own. But either way, you're not in compliance in our view, in our attorney's view. So I know compliance is important to the board. It's important to us as well. So I'm just offering that bit of knowledge. But again, I applaud the taking away of that most egregious language. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Leday?
First, I'd like to thank the board members that replied to my email. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate your thoughts on the matter. But, I heard it tonight, and I heard why do we have to do this in such a rush? It sounds like the same thing right here. Why do we have to do it in such a rush? Why is there such a rush? We've been out of compliance, if I'm not mistaken. It was in one of my emails, I think, since 1988. Yet we're all of a sudden in such a rush to do it. Why? Why would we do that? Why would we put morality of our staff that's already on low morale? And I can tell you that from sheer experience of being in maintenance and going to all kind of different schools. I see it. I see it constantly. So now you're going to put a policy in with no discussion from them, no input from them, even though I understand it's law. But how do you think their morality is going to feel after that? Okay? Because I know if somebody did that to me, I know how mine would feel. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Yes, please.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rhonda George. I just want to, with dismissal of employees, I need y'all to think about when y'all dismiss an employee, why would you dismiss an employee if they have been here for years? Y'all got to figure out a concept for them, offer them something else, offer them somewhere else to be. Don't just dismiss them if it's for if they're sick or if they can't do what they're doing on this job. Give them something else to do. Y'all need to take and look around and see if they would take a teacher out of their position because they can't do that, but they can go and monitor in a lunchroom for you. Or if they've got children that need to be in a different place and they've got a teacher that couldn't do their job, but they can take care of these children. There's other things that y'all can do besides dismissing an employee. 20 years for people to be dismissed, or 10 years. They're dedicating their time for y'all. We need everybody in St. Tammany Parish to be top, be number one. Right now, we've got a great system. If y'all take and dismiss employees that's really, really good, and y'all dismiss them, you're taking that employee away from our children. We've got great people here. Y'all need to just help our great people.
Any other comments from the public? All right, seeing none. Comments from the board? Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Bro. I would just like to say that I personally went through this entire document with the entire documents of laws that were referenced to it. Took me several hours to do that, but I did that, and it's quite difficult to do because you'll have a 17:44 something, and then it'll turn out to be a 17.44 something 1, and there may be one word that's changed, but I went through all of it. There were two paragraphs that of all of this, everything is verbatim from the laws, except for the 2 paragraphs, and we just removed one of those. And the second paragraph was abandonment, and that, the abandonment clause, and that has been case law referenced. So in that, it doesn't matter if these are non-negotiable. There is no reason for the CBA to negotiate these. These are laws, people, and they are what we have to follow, period. We can't change the law unless you want to go to your legislators and change them. And there is nothing that I want more than anything than to protect our employees. But we've got to follow the law, and there is no reason to negotiate. If we didn't pass this tonight, guys, it doesn't matter. We still got to follow the law. That doesn't matter. I'm not sure, where you're coming from that this needs to be negotiated. It just can't. We need to pass it or not. Doesn't matter. We're going to have to follow the law. Thank you.
Ms. Martin.
Thank you, President Bro. So I did the same exact thing that Ms. McCollum did, and it did take hours to do. And I highlighted all the words that were exactly the same, and she's right. I came up with the same conclusion that she did. And so if we did not pass this tonight, we would still have to follow everything that's in it, because it is law. There's one thing that is slightly different. It's just a word that I would like to add. I am going to make a motion but I'm going to first explain. In statute 17:443, when it's talking about tenure employees, it says this is, and I'm going to read the law first. It's in section B. It says a teacher with tenure shall not be disciplined except under written and signed charges by the superintendent. In our policy before us tonight that we're going to vote on, it says that a teacher shall not be removed from office except upon written and signed charges by the superintendent. So the policy before us tonight is really great in just mimicking law. So I think we should add the word disciplined, because to be disciplined and to be removed from office are two very different things. So the policy before us says removed from office. The law says every other section is word for word, except this one word here. So if we add disciplined, which is in the law, to removed from office, which is in the policy that's before us, I feel like it will be even that much better. So I make a motion to add, and I have talked to Mr. Harrison about this, to add to the policy before us under tenured teachers, where it says removed from office, to add to be removed from office or disciplined, except upon.
I'll second that.
Go ahead, Mr. Kuzan.
Are we making a substitute motion? Or would we have to vote on this motion that's on first before we, are we gonna just eliminate it? Can you give me explain that to me?
Would you like to explain whether you want to amend it or substitute?
Friendly amendment.
What is the,
Mr. Harrell is
Harrison,
willing
what is
to
the
make it
easiest
a
way to do
friendly,
this?
friendly amendment. Who seconded it?
I think you should do a friendly amendment.
Who made the motion? Ms.
I
Moore.
made the motion and Brandon seconds my motion.
So this would be a friendly amendment.
Okay, well, we wouldn't have to take the original motion back then, huh?
No.
No.
This
Okay.
This is,
That's an addition as a friendly amendment?
yes.
Okay.
All right, any other comments from the board? Ms. McCullum? Oh, Ms. Hurstis.
I just wanted to make a point that just because we're putting this in policy, and whatever our vote is, things are not gonna change. The administration's just not gonna all of a sudden be like, oh, now that we have this in here, bye. You know, we do things, you know, case by case. I have confirmed this with HR. It's the same thing that I'm gonna say on the next, you know, thing with the sick leave. You know, it's gonna be like a case by case thing. Things are not gonna change. It's the same laws that they've been doing. I mean, I know I've just got sworn in January, but it's the same laws that they've been abiding by for however many years. I mean, right, Frank? I mean, I can confirm. So, I mean, they have to abide by the law. They've been abiding by the law. They have to abide by the law in the future. So we're just putting in the laws. This is what has been told to me. And from what I understand, this is what has been told to the union. And this is what law is law. So that's all we're doing, is putting in law. So nothing's going to change. They're going to abide by the law.
Ms. Rutherford.
First, I just want to say, I've never known St. Tammany to dismiss a teacher who is a really good employee. I have been in this system for a long time, and a really good employee, I've known many teachers who were awesome employees. They've been in the system for years and loving it. So I think that teachers who have been dismissed, there's a reason they've been dismissed. You know, and I'm glad I only know one that was ever dismissed for a reason. And there was a very good reason she was dismissed. But as far as that, really good employees, we need them. We want them. We want them to stay. We'll encourage them to stay as much as possible. That's all I want to say.
Ms. Hanson?
Just briefly, I'm not going to take the credit because I didn't do the work that Ms. McCullum and Ms. Martin did in terms of looking at all the case studies and law and all this, but I did read this. And the only the other portion of it that has been added that is different from the law itself is the abandonment of position. And I respect what you say about, morale and teacher morale, employee morale and all, but nothing kills morale more than when every other employee has to pick up the slack because someone has abandoned their position, because someone doesn't call in for a sub, when somebody just doesn't show up or doesn't do their job. So I would have to, percentage-wise, I would have to say 99.9% of our employees out there are doing absolutely they need to do, and we want them to do that. And for those who are not, others are picking up their slack. And I just think is unfair and would lower morale. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to the diligence of two of our board members who both took it upon themselves. I know that was a lot of work. It was more than I was willing to do. So I appreciate that. The addition of discipline and removal means that it's really more restrictive to the employees, but if it follows state law, that's what we have to do, is follow state law. So I just want to congratulate you on the hard work that you put in for this.
May I say one more thing, Mr. Bro? I'm sorry.
You're up next.
Oh, okay. Now I'm like Ms. Rutherford, I lost my train of thought. Oh, now I remember. Thank you. You distracted me by complimenting me, I guess.
It doesn't happen often.
I just want to say, by putting this in a policy, then this gives the access for our employees to be able to go quickly to this. And if they're in a situation where unfortunately, some of these things might happen and they need to see what they're facing, then it is much easier. I can vouch for that, and I know Ms. Martin can as well. It is much easier to read this than to go try to search through the laws to figure out what they have to do or what is going to happen. Thank you.
If there are no further comments, please vote. Looks unanimous.
It is unanimous.
Motion passes. Next item on the agenda, consideration of new board policy, GBRIB, sick leave. Mr. Harrell? Do you make a motion?
Yes, Mr. Bro, I would like to make the motion that we accept GBRIB, the sick leave policy.
Is there a second? I'll second. Ms. McCullum? Comments from the public. Mr. Osborne?
Thank you, Board President Bro. I had emailed this to Mr. Bro. I'm asking that this be tabled because this policy directly conflicts with provisions from the CBA, including changing the sick leave benefit and also terminology, which was negotiated and signed off on in 2020. To give you some examples, you have section 2:9, sick and/or emergency leave from the collective bargaining agreement, page 18. Emergency is defined for the purposes of this section to mean a sudden, unavoidable occurrence requiring immediate action. That changes that definition on the second page. Our attorney also indicated that it's changing. No personal days are mentioned here, and those are, inscribed in law. and they are enshrined in the collective bargaining agreement. The fourth paragraph says, other provisions affecting sick leave may be found in the agreement between the St. Tammany Federation of Teachers and School Employees and the St. Tammany Parish School Board. So being that we're going to go into negotiations, we want to do that as a whole, and it's a give and a take. Employees got a preview of this, and they were very unhappy. So I am asking that you table these so that we can do it in the proper way. Thank you.
Ms. Lede, I think you were next.
I would also ask that you table it. From what I've looked at, it does seem like the Family Medical Leave Act, as well as some other violations of sick leave, are really possibly in account here. But I think it would be better worked out between our superintendent and our president of AFT. I mean, again, just like I said about the other one, why are we in such a rush? Employees are looking. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the school board, Superintendent Jabbia. My name is Sandra Bradley. I've been a teacher in the school system for 21 years now, and both of my children went through the school system quite successfully. Tonight, I'm asking you to reconsider the language that you have used in this current policy, in particular, the removal of the 3 personal days. As a parent of students in the system, I can attest to the fact that there are lots of milestones that we like to watch our students go through, our personal children, as well as the children in our classroom. But they don't always occur outside of our working hours. Not giving us those 3 personal days robs us of our ability as parents to go to your kids' Christmas play, Thanksgiving pageant, band performance, because it does not give us that avenue to ask for that time off. And that, in essence, is telling your teachers that their participation in their family's special days doesn't really matter. So please, please reconsider the wording in this policy. Additionally, under the certification of absences, there is language that presents potential pitfalls in the fewer than 6 days of absences, where the language states that teachers may or may not be required to present detailed medical excuses. That is a potential HIPAA violation with the explicitness that you are requiring under this new policy. All I'm asking really is that y'all take a little more time. The superintendent has shown a willingness to sit down with the union and really hash it out. Please reconsider and give us that time. Thank you.
All right, any other? Go ahead.
Stephanie Underwood, Executive Vice President of the Federation. So I want to, when I saw this on the agenda, I reread Robert's rules and I realized that postpone is what I want to ask you to do today, is postpone this, because I learned that table means just to the next meeting. So I was like, oh, I learned something new. But anyway, this policy is directly influenced by something in the CBA. So this is a negotiation issue. And I do want to clarify, we know that you have to follow the laws. Negotiation isn't for us to say, hey, we want to skirt the law. That's not what it is. We can negotiate to go above and beyond the law. The law is the minimum. So, for example, the 3 personal days that is not in this board policy, but is in the CBA and in the law, we could negotiate for more personal days. The law says 3 personal days, but we could negotiate for 5 if we wanted to. And that would be a give and take, okay? So when we say about negotiation, we're not trying to tell you to break the law. We're not trying to tell you that, and I wanted to clarify that. We want to talk because the law does say to have a procedure where employees give input. So the policies really should have employee input. And that's all we're trying to say. And this, specifically this policy, sick leave is in the CBA, so this is a negotiation issue. Thank you.
Ms. Barber?
This agenda item does conflict with the current CBA, which is in effect until June the 30th. Any changes regarding the sick leave policy need to be handled during negotiations of the new CBA in the coming months. Please vote no or postpone this policy, sick leave policy.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, comments from the board? And we have Ms. McCollum first.
I would ditto what I said before. I went through the entire document with the referencing to the laws. And the only place that I did not find the law was in the paragraph of the documentation for clinicians report when an employee is absent for 6 or more consecutive days. And I agree that that documentation should be as it is. In addition to that, this is in my understanding, and somebody can correct me, but this is a sick leave policy. It is my understanding that personal days are different. They do not roll over. Is that still the case? As sick leave days do roll over, and you can accumulate them. Personal days do not. This document has nothing to do with the sick days, so that can still be, with personal days, I'm sorry. So therefore, there's no reason to put any indication about that in this sick leave policy, because personal days don't have anything to do with sick leave, as far as I'm concerned. So therefore, again, I see no reason for us to negotiate any part of this.
Ms. Hurst.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. McCullough. That's what I was going to say. This is a sick leave policy, not a personal leave policy. I also wanted to state that, look, as soon as I saw this stuff coming up, this was like, what, a month ago? We did this, and here we go. Here's the laws. This is all that I went through. Louisiana laws. It took me hours, over 8 hours. I did last month. And I looked through all of this. That's why when Brandon was saying, let's table it, I'm like, no, I got the laws right here. I got them. That's what it stated. Y'all, honestly, I got y'all's back. I'm not gonna try to pass something that, is weird. I'm weird as itself. So I'm not gonna have something weird that's gonna try to pass. This is law. And as far as the consecutive days right here, it says it right here in 17-1206 about the physician and a certificate from a physician and a physician's assistant. So, yeah, and look, I talked to Steve. He said, as far as like the sick leave and the 90 days, again, case by case, if there's something legit, yeah, talk to him. There's a thing, we got phones. Give them a call, man. Something's going on. Talk, communicate. It's not hard. So I just, I wanted to say that. So there you go.
Oh, I'm up next. Okay. I did receive communications from Mr. Osborne right before I came for the meeting. It was only like a half hour. I did a quick review, and in every case, the employees make out better under this policy than the previous one. And it just shows how out of date the current CBA is. the addition of allowing clinicians to, right now, the CBA says you must have a doctor, a physician's approval. And by allowing clinicians to do that, it's more modern, and it's going to be easier, and it's going to be better for all our employees. A second, I didn't go through it completely, but a second one, the definition of emergency was very cut and paste. And then when you read through the document, it says, and it says, the definition is in the CBA says immediate. That means like within the 24 hours. But when you read through the actual law, which follows the law, and this policy, it says you could have certain occasions where you want to attend a funeral of a friend, which may be a week away. That's not immediate, guys. That would not be allowed under the current policy, under the CBA. This is much better policy than what is in the CBA, and in addition, it follows the law, which I think is a big plus. Thank you. Ms. Hanson.
I would have to agree. Following the law is a big plus. In terms of in terms of a couple other things, as I read this, it says sick leave, and in the very first paragraph, it says a minimum of 10 days absence per year because of personal illness or other emergencies or special circumstances. I take that special circumstances to mean perhaps going to attend my grandchild, my child's something, and per the agreement, the negotiation within a CBA, it may be negotiated that the district it's negotiated, 3 of those we will say can be personal, as opposed to 10 personal, okay? And then if you don't use those 3 personal, the whole 10, or however many left, goes over to the next year, in addition to the sick absences, okay, in which 3 will be personal. So I don't see how this will not allow employees to be able to attend those events, because they don't always happen in June and July, okay? And then last thing, in terms of HIPAA, the law, as Ms. Hershey said, the law is that they're not going to write a law that violates another law, which is HIPAA. No one is asking, this law does not say we need to see your diagnosis from your doctor, your clinician, or your whatever. It is asking for an excuse from work, excuse to work. That's basic. So I don't believe that it would be considered a violation of HIPAA, though I'm no attorney. Yes, sir.
So you send a HIPAA waiver to avoid any issues with HIPAA. They sign it. You're taking your medical condition and you're putting it at issue in a workers' comp case or in any other situation where you're alleging an illness or an extended illness. So you have to prove that to your employer. And they provide the information voluntarily. And if they need a HIPAA authorization, they get one. And, I could go on, but the compliance issues with both this policy and the one dealing with dismissal, it's very simple. The CBA and your dismissal policy will have been negotiated. CBA covers some types of dismissal, namely the disciplinary ones, and then your new policy on dismissals covers a few legal ones, like, that we've discussed. This is the same thing. This is a sick leave policy paralleling Louisiana law, and if the CBA gives you personal days, then the CBA personal days apply, and that's why they're not in sick leave policy. They have to work together.
Ms. Darrow.
Thank you, Mr. Bro. Just to clarify the 10 days sick leave, how's that with the personal days? Is that an additional?
So no, so every year, a 9-month employee is given 10 days. 3 of those can be designated as personal, but whatever is unused automatically, all the days roll. And then the next year, you can designate 3 of those days as personal if you so needed, and the rest would be emergency or sick. Whatever's not used is rolled, so it just continues to roll like that for all employees. 9-month, and then of course more days if they're a 12-month employee, of course.
Well, I'm reading this policy and it looks like, or special circumstances without loss of pay.
Right, that would
So
be
special-
emergency. That would be basically their emergency leave. Yeah, we consider emergency sick are the same thing. So anything that falls in that realm where an employee would need to miss, yes.
But the way it reads, it looks like special circumstances could be my kid's graduation.
Could be
from work.
personal. Could be personal.
So instead of 3 personal days, we could potentially be giving them 10 personal days.
If they used them,
And
if
it's
it
only
was,
sick.
depending on how the employee saw it, it was inputted by the employee. Because the employee, we don't, as a school system, we don't have the authority to ask an employee, well, what does personal mean? Personal is personal. So we're trusting that employee that they're choosing one of their 3 days, they're using it for their personal preference. I can't ask an employee. I can't ask any of my employees what was that personal day for? I don't have the right to do that. They're designated as one of their 3 personal days for that year. They designate that.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, Mr. And, Ms. Hurst, I did not table that motion last.
Ms. Rufino Gallagher?
So I looked at the law, that Ms. Hurst just had over here, and the whole thing, it says that an employee who's absent for 6 or more consecutive days shall be required to present a certificate from a clinician certifying such illness, which is pretty much what this said. It says, in the case of repeated absences of less than 6 days because of illness, the school board reserves the right to require verification of illness. It doesn't say that every time you're gone for however many days that we have to we want all the information that has been given, that you've had the flu or you've had whatever, as far as HIPAA is concerned. So it just simply says that if you're gone for more than 6 days, they just want a doctor's note. I mean, in my opinion, if my kid's sick for 3 days, I have to provide a doctor's note. So 6 days is longer, and sometimes, say what? Oh, like I was like, what? But like for my kid, like she was sick for 2 days, but I had to write a note. It wasn't sick enough to go to the doctor. But if she was more than 3 days, I got to go take her to the doctor just for them to tell her she ran fever for 3 days. So I think it's a little more lenient than we're given to our kids, which unfortunately they're at the disposal of their parents. If they feel like they can't go to school, disposal might be the bad word. But I think it's saying it's pretty much the repeat offenders that keep doing this over and over and over is who they're asking for all this information for, not from every single person who calls in sick for 4 days in a row. If you do it once, they're not gonna, according to this, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, it's not gonna say, I need your doctor's note to say that you broke your foot or whatever the case may be. Oh, she's about to answer me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was jumping.
I know, I was like, where's she going?
Yeah, so relative to that specific thing, this is, in the case of repeated absences, this is a managerial right that we have. This does not circumvent the policy to have a just cause procedure or due process for employees. This is to address patterns of behavior purely for that. That is what that means. That is why we have that in place. We are here to educate children.
Right.
And to be able to do that, we have to have continuity of instruction in our classrooms, which requires our teachers to be there. And when we have teachers or other staff who continue to miss and have these patterns of behavior, we need to be able to address that.
Right, so if I'm out for 4 days, one time in a school year, you're not gonna ask me for all
No,
this
ma'am.
documentation. Then if Ms. Langlois, no offense, Dr. Langlois is out every month for 3 days, you're gonna ask her because
Correct.
she's a repeat offender.
We have different patterns that present.
Sorry.
We have employees who take off Fridays consistently, Fridays and Mondays consistently. We have ones who know that on day 6, they have to turn in that note, so they'll take off 5. And then they come in on that 6 and our hands are tied. So it is purely to address those circumstances.
Okay.
I would love to be able to say they're few and far between, but they are more common than you think. So we need to be able to address that
Right,
for
I
our
just
students.
wanted to make sure that it was aware, like, it's only in repeat cases, not
Yes, ma'am.
everybody who misses 4 days one
No.
time is gonna
It's
ask for this
repeated,
clinician.
repeated behavior.
Okay.
I would miss my college classes every Friday. Mr. Kuzan, you're next.
Cleared his name.
Oh, you cleared. So, any other? No. If there are no other comments, please vote.
You cleared your name. Dr. Peterson, Mr. Kuzan. Mr.
Vote.
Kuzan. Hurst is Kuzan.
Mr. Kuzan.
No, Kuzan.
Okay. You voted 3 times? You only count one.
Would you like to tell me yay, nay, or abstain?
All right. And that motion passes unanimously. Next on the agenda, we have acceptance of the recommendation to terminate the collective bargaining agreement between the St. Tammany Federation of Teachers and school employees and the St. Tammany Parish School Board effective 12 a.m. midnight on June 30th, 2024. Do I have a motion? Mr. Harrell and Ms. Hanson. All right, we went through this last meeting. We have comments from the board. Comments from the public.
Thank you, Mr. Bro. Board members, administration, kind of did a little bit more show and tell this time. So before I get.
Oh, just for clarification, he has asked for 5 minutes.
Yes.
And we will allow questions and answers. Go ahead.
So I've entertained a lot of phone calls this week, LFT president, different presidents from around the state. Irma Vetrano, one of the founding members of our union. If you know her, she's a Spitfire. I told her about what was going on, and she gave me some insight. I didn't know she taught Mr. Green in her math class at Mandeville High School. So, it just makes me think all of the connections. She talked about Mr. Kuzan, who knew Miss Elsie, knew her well as a coach back in the day. I did want to, before we get into this motion, which I do hope you will vote no on, as I believe it is necessary and has damaged your workforce, created confusion, chaos, havoc. And I respond to that. I left out of this last meeting okay because there was a silver lining, but my people are hurt. And so I just need you to vote no tonight because I think that the motion is unnecessary. I did want to point out, again, to try to clarify, there was a notion that this document has simply just rolled over throughout time, and that's just not the case. I showed you the one from 1991, and again throughout the years, line by line, passages have been worked on. And incrementally, things got better for both the workforce, but also administration. This is something to benefit administration as well. I wanted to read some of the names from the collective bargaining agreement from 95 to 1998. This was the second agreement. The officers were Elsie Burkhalter, she was the president, Judy Gill, vice president, Terry Haley, vice president, Emma Hartley, secretary, Jay Nakan, treasurer. And I think a lot of people knew Mr. Nakan, teacher and building rep over there at Covington High, unfortunately passed away about 5 months ago. Irma Vetrano was on every one of these for the longest. Shirley Winter, Gary Gennardo, he was my building rep when I first started at Salado High, Lazette Pichon, and Nancy Sanders. So this isn't just, some carpetbagger coming down here and enforcing these rules. These were created by teachers and school employees. And so the notion that this just kept rolling over is just simply not true. But the passage that people have trouble with, we're going to address. But look, nobody brought it up. This was ratified and voted on by some of the people in this room. That's the most recent one. I can't put my hands on it. 2020, lawyers on both sides vetted this, and yet nobody said, oh my God, it's against the law. It's not. It is boilerplate language that you don't get your rights from this book. Collectively, everybody in front of me is management. Y'all get your rights from the law. And if we need to divvy that section up, 100%, let's do it. But there's nothing in here. This is like scare tactics to me. I also wanted to mention that to show you the sense of urgency, and again, this is why I'm not angry tonight. We didn't really do a call to action. Superintendent Jabby, I've been in conversation. We already have the mediators. We're scheduled to meet Monday. We already are committed to whatever it is Mr. Paul points out, we're going to fix if it truly does conflict with the law. But I'm going to tell you right now, not everything that they're offering or advancing has anything to do with Act 1. And let's face it, in 2021, it wasn't that Mr. Paul stumbled upon some things because he first got hired. It's because I was elected president. And we became an active union. So with Miss Elsie and Miss Sloan becoming superintendent, there was that relationship. And it became more than just about the document, it was more about the relationship. And then sadly, if you knew, as Miss Elsie declined, there was a power vacuum. And so management filled that power vacuum, and then she passed away. Now, Miss Debbie Green came in and renegotiated a contract in 2016. But at that point, a certain status quo had developed. Those relationships weren't there anymore. And we needed that contract to fight for teacher and school employee rights. And I do now believe we need both the relationships and the document, because nobody likes war all the time. That's not productive. But sometimes a board member said change is uncomfortable, but we'll eventually get past that to address other concerns. And again, I think a lot of what's being told to you is a false narrative. Has anybody up here read the entire thing? I have, multiple times. I've been trained in collective bargaining multiple times. This is a legally binding document. If I gotta have just a bit more time. Mr. Paul pointed out that this document doesn't allow for certain things like teacher tenure. Just because it's not in the book doesn't mean we don't observe the laws in St. Tammany Parish. This is a redacted copy of a letter of a teacher and/or school employee, I didn't look at the back, who went through level 1 and was recommended for termination, then went to level 2 with review at the top level with Mr. Kosei, and it was determined she would not be terminated. She would get a 5-day suspension, but because she was tenured, she had to sign a document stating, I accept the punishment, I don't want a tenure hearing. She still has tenure, but she had a chance to recover and move forward. But this saved everybody a lot of money because she had due process, and Ms. Hart would agree, she and I can get more done in 30 minutes than a room full of lawyers because these processes are simple and they're designed to be collaborative. So I just want to say, just because something is not in the law doesn't mean we're not granting our employees those things. So again, please consider that I have that sense of urgency. My former girlfriend was here tonight. I have such a sense of urgency to get this district back to the top and to grow our union and to be a force for good that she became a widow, union widow for too long. And I put the needs of 500 or 5,400 people ahead of her, and that wasn't fair to her, but I made my choice. So I have that sense of urgency. This feels like coercion. There's no need for this. Even in the commentary, setting up that motion, it was stated, the Federation said these things would be addressed during negotiations. Well, here we are. We're going to address them. There's no need to set off a ticking time bomb and create so much stress on your employees. I promise you, Superintendent Njabia and I want a great product for our employees, whether it's financial or working conditions. He and I will work together, and we have had a track record of success. With the old board, I think I mentioned last time, that was the largest financial package in history, and that is a collaboration between the board, the superintendent, and the Federation. Y'all hold all the power of the purse. If y'all don't like it, you vote it down. And that includes contract language as well when we bring the entire thing to you. And again, with the management proposals, what we're trying to focus on is, does it truly conflict with law? Oops, sorry. But I'll tell you, some of these provisions are designed to take away my First Amendment rights. And if I don't have First Amendment rights to speak at these meetings, I cannot represent the people behind me, watching at home, or in the classrooms, or on the buses, or in the various ancillary work sites. And I will send you these just so you can see what I'm talking about. Hey, whatever you want. If it's a management grievance process, let's negotiate it. But I asked the attorney at the national level, had he ever heard of such a thing? He said, absolutely not. The collective bargaining agreement is about worker rights, not board rights. Management rights says y'all have all the responsibility and powers of the world except for the things that we negotiate for the benefit of our employees, none of which conflict with law. Okay, so if you want to give more planning time than the law allows, y'all are free to do that. We just have to make it work financially and responsibly. So this has just been a tough emotional week for me, and I'm just really begging you, please, to take the stress off these employees. You still will have that nuclear option, but why set off that timer 8 months in advance? It doesn't seem like good faith bargaining. It seems like institutional bullying. I promise you we will work in good faith. And I will speak about the second motion, but I want to say, truly, we all need to learn collective bargaining. Let's face it. They knew it back in the day. We need to know it for 2023 and how it's going to work in St. Tammany Parish. If I'm coming to you with things, it's because I'm trained in it and I've run it by my lawyer. I don't want all this drama in the school board meetings. I truly don't. But until we get to where we understand it and it works like clockwork, it's going to involve some friction. I'll be here for questions if anybody has anything that they would like to ask, but please vote no on this. It's just not needed. It's not needed. Thank you.
Any questions from the board members? From Mr. Osborne. Okay, Ms. Sampson.
That the previous board, y'all had come up with the largest, when was that? What was the date of that? When was that?
That was Superintendent Javia's first year and my first full year. And my first year, 2021,
And when was that
2022.
finalized? Was it prior
May.
to the June
Frank,
30th?
May.
Oh, yeah, it was in May.
Okay. Well, this year, I mean, and I'm not certain how, it just seemed like this year, was there a final agreement on the CBA by the June 30th deadline?
Well, okay, so two things happened. One, the state did not come through with a $2,000 raise. It was a $2,000 stipend. So that changed negotiations. Had they done a little heavy lifting themselves, we would have come to terms, I think, in May. But they stretched it out. Now, we didn't come to terms until June, and it was a little tense, if you remember. There was a step and a stipend on the table. We really felt employees needed that extra step. Then the following week, that extra step was granted. Ms. Fauntleroy made that motion. So it was before the deadline, but I'm telling you, I really believe he and I can get this done in May.
I guess what I'm asking is that, I remember, me being my first year in June.
It was in June.
And there were teachers emailing me, and I assume that everyone else, long list of teachers emailing, please give us the raise, please give us the raise, please give us a raise. And I'm just going to say this, Mr. Osborne, you got up here and you said, oh, I'm glad you're doing this, I'm glad you're doing this, though it should have gone through the CBA. Well, my concern, it was attempted to go through the CBA, and it wasn't, and I know the state threw y'all a curveball, but the curveball they threw through you, they threw through our superintendent too.
It did go through the CBA. That was signed off on as an MOU. But what I'm saying is at the bargaining table,
I'm sorry.
I felt the money was there, but we hit an impasse. So the impasse was broken by Ms. Fauntleroy. I signed the MOU in the hallway. And hey, I'm all for board members participating for sure.
But
Yes, ma'am.
I guess it's confusing to me because, every time we come up here with a policy or something, one of the statements you keep making is that, well, it should have gone through the CBA, it should have gone through the CBA. But when we attempt to do the process to go through the CBA, we get down to the 11th hour. And that, I could be totally wrong. This is just how I'm seeing things. And so therefore, I don't want that to occur again this year where we're at the 11th hour. And I do believe that the two of y'all will come together. That's the superintendent's job to do that. And in all honesty, when you talk to the national lawyer of what? The Federation?
Federation, yes.
Yes, so they have they're looking through that eye set. Superintendent has to look through the eye set of management and employees and students and the entire school system. So I just have to say that some of the things you said up here, I'm gonna have to disagree with. And I'm concerned that we just You know, if we keep doing the same thing over and over again and we're expecting different results, that's insanity.
No, and I understand that, and that's why I'm asking that we use the mediation services to teach us all to be on the same page and to move forward. And I agree. I think it should be smoother, but I think if there's more communication between all parties before the meetings, just to make sure nothing conflicts, I think we're fine. Thank you.
Mr. Feenel-Gallagher.
We've talked about this CVA since I've been on the board of how there's loopholes, there's bad language, blah, 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 blah. Is there a reason we haven't tried to come to the table before this June 30th date to try to fix it? So now maybe this is putting it to like, we now have to go to the table. Because if not, like, since I've sat on this board, it's been like, yeah, the language isn't great, the language is terrible, we should have said it this way, we didn't say it the right way, but nobody's come to say, let's do this now. But now that we're putting it on here to be like, drop dead date is June 30th, now all of a sudden it's like, well, let's not do that, but nobody's come to the table before to try to fix it. It's never been a motion by you, to my understanding, to say, hey, let's fix it, instead of waiting until the expiration date.
If I could address
Yeah,
that.
go ahead.
So what we try to do with contract language, once the deal is signed, is to avoid it, touching it up. But if there's truly a crisis, we'll address individual things. But I'm telling you, the raft of policies they wanted us just to adopt without negotiation, I was not going to adopt. I'm not going to have my First Amendment rights eviscerated by a document. Nothing is stronger than the U.S. Constitution. And the management rights section, we already work around that. In grievance hearings level 2, where the school board cannot override a superintendent decision, we already don't do that. We just
Well,
have
that's
the
what I'm
hearing.
saying. How come we haven't gone to the table before this instead of waiting till now that it's brought to the table, that by the 30th, if we don't have a new agreement, it's done? In my opinion, this should have been happening before I even got on the board, to say, like, there's a lot of problems with this. Let's go to the table now and fix it, not just as issues come up. And
Okay.
maybe I'm wrong that can't happen. I don't know.
All right, so there's a passage called the Savings Clause, and it basically says if there's a portion that's ruled to be against law, you work around it, and that's what we've been doing. I'm trying to show good faith by saying, hey, let's pick out the things that truly are making people uncomfortable and nervous. There's only one management rights that we can find in that document that says it's against Act 1. One. So we're working light speed, paying our attorney to work this out. Mr. Harrison, they're going extra innings to fix this, and we just want to get it done. That's what Frank and I talked about. We want to get it done. But as far as this whole document, it's a back and forth. You don't want to do piecemeal. We're going to give, okay? The sick leave, we get it. You know, there are things, it's a give and a take, all these policies. And most of your policies have nothing to do with us. But some have language already existing, so that's all I'm saying. If there's already existing language, let's at least sit down and talk about it. That's what this legally binding document says. If there's a new law passed, we sit down and negotiate, okay? There's nothing in here that can be illegal. There's nothing, the only liability y'all are facing is just continuing to not follow collective bargaining. That's the bottom line. This is an agreement. We all agreed that I'm the chief negotiator for the Federation. Wages, benefits, working conditions. And time and again, and I'm not blaming individuals, but I'm saying we need to be educated. And me too. We all need to agree on these things. Once we solve that education piece, and this is an educational institution, the confusion disappears and the drama disappears.
I guess my concern is that if you're sitting up here saying that you and Frank, because last week I was a little against it, now I'm not, I'm kind of in the middle. But if you and Frank are both sitting up here saying that y'all want to make this work, what is the big deal about a drop dead date? Because you two are saying you're going to work it out. Whether you go through mediation or whatever the case may be, y'all are going to work it out. So what is the problem with the drop dead date?
Remember, I'm coming to you as a representative. A lot of people don't see nuance. They just see the ticking time bomb. Terminate the collective bargaining agreement. That hurt people. And look, y'all have to understand, there are people that think I'm stupid for wanting a no strike clause. I am a contract unionist. That benefits all of us.
Okay.
But there are folks that are fed up with all the things, whatever it is. I'm here to you as their representative. Frank and I will work this out. We're going to negotiate in good faith. with these tools. But I'm here to tell you, this is terrifying to people and upsetting to people. Retirees are upset by this. This is a legacy. Miss Barkhalter was one of the most amazing people ever to come out of not only St. Tammany Parish, but this state. She was amazing.
Right.
And I told myself going in, I can't be Miss Elsie. All I can do is be the best me. There's nobody that can replicate her. But everything, she sacrificed. And it's all on the line. And
I
all
will
this
say I
document
applaud
does.
you because, we're up here, we speak for our constituents, so yes, you speak for the teachers, so I get it. I
Yeah.
totally understand it. I just I needed to hear it in a different way, so I get it.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I'm
it's
good.
emotional. I've been through all the emotions this week because when my people suffer, unfortunately, my first thing is anger, but I got to back that down. They told me not to be angry tonight, so.
Dr. Peterson, you have a question?
I would say, yes, part of it. I do. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I do. Get to hear me double talk, huh? I would say, the last time we met, we deliberated over this, and we were all somewhat prepared for going forward. And forward in the sense that it was going to be a positive relationship. That's what we talked about, with arbitration if it's necessary. But we were going to move forward and just fix this document so that we didn't have the contentiousness and the misunderstandings that we've seen repeatedly at meeting after meeting. And I've never been on the board before, but this is a redundancy, and we're caught in a vicious cycle here. And so we put it, and we wanted to make this, by making this vote, to get to that point where you guys it would be incumbent upon both of you to get this done. And I'm just kind of tired of the deliberations over things they really shouldn't be arguing about. This thing should be a smooth operation. And it's just misunderstanding language. The lawyer's been involved so many times, and it's just I don't know. It's just not what it should be. And I'm just saying that in good faith, I trust you gentlemen to get this done. Let's don't stress out the community. Let's just say, we're going to get it done. And let's get to work. And this vote, if it should be that we say, get busy, because the termination, it's kind of like the game started. And there's a clock at the end of the game. And we got to win this thing for our kids and our community. And so it's incumbent on you two gentlemen to get it done right. And that's all I want to say. Just get it done. I'm not telling you how to do your jobs, but get it done. And let's move on from this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm taking those as marching orders, and I appreciate that leadership. I agree with everything that you said. It's not supposed to be this way. All I'm saying is, I will do what you say. He will do what you say. But this vote tonight is a communication to the people. We don't want to hurt the people. I will do my job and be held accountable to the highest degree. And if I'm not my worst critic, I've got some folks that'll chew me out. My counsel keeps me in line. But I promise you, Dr. Peterson, I won't let you down. But please, let's not hurt our workforce. They're already hurting. Let's give them the relief and just take me at my word. We're going to get this done.
I appreciate that. And we need to communicate to our people that we are going to do this in good faith and hold us accountable. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
With all due respect, I've heard you refer to several times that your First Amendment rights are being violated. You talked more before this than any board member, including the superintendent here. I'd like the explanation of how that's violating your First Amendment rights.
Mr. Bro, I was talking about proposals that were forwarded to us by the board attorney November 2022. Yes, the management rights was mentioned, but what they were proposing in the Federation Rights section, and I really appreciate the time and what you've done, it eviscerates my ability. I couldn't even talk during the public comment at the end with that new policy. So that's all I'm saying. And look, let's be honest. A lot of the reasons that was wanted was because of the friction. I'm trying to bury the hatchet and move
So what you're
forward.
saying is it really doesn't exist. Your First Amendment rights are not being violated.
If that policy were to pass,
But it's,
that's all I'm saying is.
okay, okay.
Mr.
Harrell?
If I could clarify, one policy went with law, but the rest of the policies were kind of a wish list. some of which were to constrain what could be said at the meetings. That's all I'm saying. I really appreciate the Federation rights that are being exhibited tonight, and we've had that. I don't want to lose that, is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Mr. Harrell?
Thank you, President Bro. Quick question, Mr. Osborne. What is your current membership numbers?
They tell us not to talk numbers, but I could tell you we're the majority, and we number in the thousands.
Thank you.
But there is a way you could find that out as a board member. If you,
It doesn't really matter that much to me, to be honest.
okay? You did ask.
Yeah, I just wanted it out there. Mr. Gallagher, I'm sorry, I pulled a Mr. Bro. Ms. Gallagher, hopefully your stilettos are. We actually, we tried to negotiate this MOU language over a year ago, and we were more or less told to wait until current negotiations. So that's kind of how we ended up here. And I believe the largest pay package for bus drivers, I believe was what we.
It was also in 21-22, yes, sir.
And I think that was a week after the, what you described as a wildcat strike?
Correct. A wildcat strike is an unsanctioned strike.
Correct. So that's when that largest pay package, I know you were asking what the date was, I don't remember the exact date, but it was within a week of that happening.
Wait, that's not accurate, though. That was, y'all were talking about the MOU, you're talking about the MOU, which was considered the stopgap. That's that had the coverage stipends and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, that wasn't the
The
large,
big
okay.
pay package was in May. And then we did another MOU.
I'm thinking of two
Yeah,
separate large
There were
pay
three
packages.
big pieces that were accomplished. So again, there's a track record of success, and it goes back to the board that Mr. Harrell served on.
Thank you. And you made the suggestion about the federal mediation conciliatory, you made that suggestion to the whole board, correct?
Correct. Okay.
Board members, did any of y'all forward that to the administration? Mr. Osborne's email regarding the federal mediation, where he suggested that we use them? Okay.
I didn't.
Okay, I was just curious.
All right, thank you, Ms. Oh, we have another.
Well, I got one more. I know you were concerned about us stepping on your First Amendment rights. I'm a big supporter of First Amendment rights. The problem with First Amendment rights is it doesn't relieve you of the consequences of your speech.
Okay.
And you came tonight, you said so yourself, how important these relationships are and how you're begging, groveling for us to continue this CBA. Where was that attitude for the last 2 years?
Well,
That's enough. That's out of order. Mr. Pomeroy.
let me address it, though. Let me just say it this way. It takes personal growth, and I apologize where I have wanted to, but I'll be honest, I think this motion was driven by the past. Superintendent Javier and I are trying to move forward. Let's do it in a positive way, as Ms. Hurst has suggested last time. Thank you.
Ms. Pomeroy.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to recognize Tammy Lamy since she's not here tonight, and her favorite saying on the First Amendment, it stuck with me a long time ago. Just because you can say it doesn't mean you should say it. So that just came up. But what I really wanted to say was, Mr. Osborne, thank you for the reminder earlier of what this relationship can be and should be. And with that, I would like to call a question.
Wait, we're
I
on
can't.
public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're on public
Well,
comments. You're relieved
Yes,
from
thank
your
you.
position.
sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Mr.
Next for
Osborne.
Thank you.
public
I
comment,
appreciate you.
Stephanie.
Stephanie Underwood. Like many others, I've learned a lot throughout the time that I've been in education. Not only have I worked in St. Tammany under a collective bargaining agreement, I've also worked in parishes without one. Throughout this week, I have fielded many calls, emails, Facebook messages, and text messages about the board voting to terminate the CBA, and I've had to clear up many misconceptions, some coming from emails employees received from board members. Therefore, I'd like to address the most common ones now. 1, free dental insurance is not safe if the CBA is terminated. The Health and Welfare Fund is spelled out in Article 7 of the CBA, and number 6 specifically states the board's annual contribution to the Health and Welfare Fund during the term of this agreement shall be $660,000 per contract year. The wording during the term of this agreement and per contract year proves that this will not continue unless we have a CBA. 2, sick days are part of Louisiana law, but the sick leave bank is a benefit for employees that only exists because of a collective bargaining. 3, the union would still exist even without a CBA, but due process would not be guaranteed. The just cause process is a benefit granted to employees through collective bargaining. And in my previous parishes, I was union reps there. I've had many employees that just got called in to sign a write-up and didn't have due process. It's not guaranteed. Ultimately, collective bargaining gives the district a leg up when it comes to recruiting employees. We have heard from multiple new employees that they come to this district because of the union and the collective bargaining agreement. Once they find out they have access to free dental insurance because of the CBA, they get even happier. I mean, how many companies actually offer free dental insurance? We have a process that has been around for years and used as a model for others. The harsh reality is we have had 2 new leaders on both sides that had to figure things out. Although there is still room to grow, the relationship between the 2 sides have been getting better and better every day, and both sides are committed to continuing to grow. I only have one more sentence. Therefore, in order to show employees and administration that you have faith in them, you should vote no to terminate the CBA and yes to creating a new one by using FMCS's free mediation and training programs. Thank you.
Mr. Derman.
Good evening, Mike Derman, retired board member. Just so that some of y'all can get a little bit of background, is that we did have a meeting with the Federation in October of last year, and we tried to address many of these issues so that the new board would be able to see what was going on and understand the process in which we were developing it. We were not going to have the new CBA done, but it would have at least been started in the language so that it would follow Act 1, which is currently the state law, this is what the CBA does not follow or address based on the responsibilities of the superintendent as it relates to hiring and firing of all personnel, as opposed to the board in the previous terms. Also, in 2020, when it renewed again, it was during the pandemic. So there was no meetings taking place. No one was working. Everybody was afar from each other. So it automatically rolls over. And then we have the MOUs where we come in and we address pay raises and schedule. And look, let's face it, we had the pandemic, then we had a Hurricane Ida right on top of all that. We had employee problems, legitimate. I mean, people were sick, people had died, people lost their houses, people were struggling. I mean, it was a mess. And we were then again talking and having our current employees that were on the job having to cover 2 and 3 different people's jobs or parts of them. So it was a burden. It really was. But when we look back to the CBA and the Federation leadership, we met with them. We started asking for a meeting in May. We finally met with them in October. We asked that they address several issues, the language within the CBA, that also, can I have a little bit more time, please?
Try to wrap it up.
He got 5 minutes. I'm his rebuttal. I'm his rebuttal. Well, fine, okay. My point is that we tried to address the flaws that were within the CBA and absolutely got shot down by the leadership of the union and their legal team. You can ask Mr. Paul Harrison about all the different times that we went in to try to negotiate things that would be beneficial not only for the school system, for our employees, as well as the citizens that you represent. So all of these things are things that you have to consider. There used to be a saying, there's 2 sides to every story. Well, really in this, there's probably 6 or 7. And I want to leave you with this last thing. In talking about the mediation and all of that. If you're going to get married and you're engaged, and before you get to the wedding, they tell you we need to have marriage counseling. You need to think about whether or not you want to get married. Thank you.
Mr. Osborne, you still want to talk?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Would I get to go back up, James?
No. He He addressed the board as the union president earlier. He had asked for 5 minutes and he got 15. But go ahead.
Well, and I don't know how Mr. Durham feels about me, but he's still one of my favorite board members. I understand.
I just don't like the way you do things.
Well, we're trying to change. But I will say, you know, you got to look at, in terms of relationships, Mr. Paul mentioned last time, which I thought was odd, a grievance letter was filed against me that was completely against the collective bargaining agreement. As he's trying to establish a management grievance thing, a grievance letter was sent to me that I consider defamation. I'm not going to say what the charges were. If the board had decided to sue, because that's what he said, in lieu of a lawsuit, then it would have opened their side to discovery, and I don't think it would have gone well. So that's why I think Mr. Paul went outside the collective bargaining agreement. So when we talk about these meetings, look, they were tense on both sides. But the meeting he's mentioning was less about collective bargaining agreement language and more about relationships right before the election cycle. And look, I'll say we cleared the air. It was tough, but there are lessons that I did take from that meeting, including from Mr. Harrell, Mr. Durman, Mr. Nation, and Mr. Green, and Superintendent Jabbia. So regardless of how tense it was, I did learn things. So to say, why wasn't it before? You got to grow as a leader. And I made my missteps. But I think there were missteps on both sides that we're trying to correct. We've never tried FMCS services, and I think that's something that's going to help us. A lot of it boils down to confusion about protocols. Once we agree on those things, and I still remember this, Mr. Durman said collective bargaining should be a professional mechanism for resolving disputes. And he also gave us the Winston Churchill quote, I'm going to paraphrase, learn to tell people to go to hell in such a way that they look forward to getting there. Thank you.
Mr. Leday.
You know, while listening to a lot of this discussion, one thing came up that hit my heart personally, and it's about freedom of speech. Let me tell you something. See all these guys that were up in here, all these veterans, that I have a lot of relatives that are, they live and die for that freedom. So to say something like, just because you can say something, should you? That's obnoxious, rude, it's uncalled for. And I'll call it out every time because I know people's blood, the blood of the people we were respecting were here. And yet, you're gonna say, maybe we shouldn't have it? Really? That's bad, real bad. Like I say, that's after my heart. The other thing, I worked in construction a long time before I came in this system, okay? Constructions, as y'all well know, we have many construction projects going on. You have a date at the end of this construction. Well, that's a date. Does that mean when that date's over, if you're not completely done, you terminate them? No, right? I heard it, right? No, you don't terminate them just because that date's over. You let them finish the job. So I have all the confidence in the world in Mr. Javier and Mr. Osborne. Let them finish the job, okay? When you're making a time bomb, be careful. It might just blow up in your face.
All right, someone on this side, come up. State your name, please.
My name is Kelly Giwat. I'm a pre-K teacher at Chataima Elementary. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'd first like to thank all of you, and specifically you, Ms. Moore, for all you do for our students and employees. I know your job can be a big one. It can be weighty at times. Our job as school employees, and I will speak specifically as in my role as a teacher, has become bigger than ever and has started to feel quite heavy at times. With ever-increasing demands with regard to curriculum, paperwork, discipline, and staffing, the job we once knew is sometimes unrecognizable from when we started in education. But we stay because we love what we do. We love our students and we love our school communities. We should have a voice, though. Everyone should have a voice. Parents, administration, the board, and school employees. The Federation is our voice. As employees, not everybody can come to these meetings. The CBA represents a contract that was constructed by both the Federation and central office. It was discussed, negotiated, and voted upon by both sides. That's what a democracy looks like. And as we've celebrated tonight, we're all proud of our democracy. We want to live that way. By terminating rather than amending or taking the time to fix the CBA, and with that very specific and aggressive language, terminating, a very clear message was sent to the employees that our rights and protections are at stake. It's there, it's palpable in the schools right now, that word that you chose to use. Further, there was never a need to put the move for mediation to a vote. That's something that can be agreed upon by both sides without a vote. In fact, Mr. Jabbia and Mr. Osborne have already agreed to do that. They already have a meeting in place. The fact that the board feels they need to insert themselves into the middle of that is concerning. If it's really just a formality to creating a better contract for us, and you're sincerely committed to creating a new CBA together, then you will vote yes to mediation. And I'd prefer that you vote no to terminating, because that has been very difficult for the employees to hear from our board. Thank you.
You up front, either one of you, whoever wants to go first.
Good evening, President Bro, Superintendent Jabbia, board members. I also want to acknowledge Mr. Derman and Mr. Broom. I'm Deidre Millsap. I work for the Louisiana Federation of Teachers. I'm going to be a time capsule tonight. I started working for the Federation when I was 16 years old. It was my job training partnership act summer job, and it continued to be my COE job at Selman with Ms. Burkhalter. Working with her, I learned a lot. I learned about unity and what people can do when they come together, and they can be strong, and they can make anything happen. It took us 16 years to get collective bargaining. I was there. I worked alongside Ms. Burkhalter for many hours, 10, 11 o'clock at night, trying to get that first contract created because we didn't have one. We had a template, but she wanted St. Tammany to be different. She wanted us to stand out. And it was hard, but we got it done. I was with her when we went to the school board members' homes and sat at their kitchen tables and talked about what this would look like for our school system, for our teachers and school employees, for the students. It was hard, but we did it. I now work for the Louisiana Federation of Teachers. I have 5 parishes that I service. When I go to those parishes, I show them our CBA. I tell them how proud I am. And they always ask the same thing. Well, how do we get that? Yes, we only have 4 parishes that have collective bargaining. But St. Tammany Parish is the only parish that has wall-to-wall collective bargaining in the southern region. I'm proud of that. I think we can get this done. We've been negotiating for 32 years, and I think we can continue to negotiate without terminating. That word terminate makes me emotional because I think about all the hard work that went into this contract. And no, it's not about my feelings like Ms. Baker said. It is emotional for me, I get it. But it's about the teachers and school employees, and we want to do what's best for them. So let's continue to do that. We can fix this. Thank you for listening.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher and now union employee. I also hope that you vote no on this first motion. There is no valid or compelling reason that has been offered as to why the CBA should be terminated on a definitive date, unless, of course, there is an ulterior motive. Even if negotiations were not completed by June 30th, bargaining could continue. There's strong disagreement between the Federation attorney and Mr. Harrison, that's true. Mr. Harrison claims that Act 1 is violated in the current CBA to the extent that the entire CBA is invalidated and needs to be negotiated from a clean slate. The CBA, unlike the state MFP, is not memorialized in statute. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Harrison. The MFP legislative approval process states that if the legislature doesn't accept Bessie's MFP and Bessie doesn't return it and amended a proposal by a deadline, that the previous MFP rolls over. That is not the way our CBA works. Negotiations can continue at the will of the board. I'm concerned that the farmer didn't offer their coverage of last Thursday's school board meeting, which, if I'm not mistaken, they do every week that there's a meeting, when this termination motion was approved. And I have to wonder why, when something of such great significance as a proposal to terminate the CBA, and that the employees and the public would have a chance to weigh in on tonight. I strongly suggest that you vote no on this proposal, which seems to be a red herring of a proposal. Thank you.
Way in the back.
I'm Brittany Bracey. I work at Covington Elementary, and I am a parent as well of kids in 2 schools in the district. When I first read the words terminate the CBA, so many emotions and confusions ran through my own head. Reaction from my coworkers was immediate and strong. Scary, retaliation, backroom politics, slap in the face, unknowns, what ifs. Those were the words that have been felt and spoken by your employees this week concerning this proposal. As the union rep for my school, I have a great respect and working relationship with my admin. The backbone of that relationship is our CBA. In this role, I can help reinforce expectations on all sides of any issue. The CBA clarifies roles and responsibilities, details job expectations, and determines every minute of my day. It protects students, teachers, admin, and central office alike. It even handles details like Veterans Day program requirements. It's all in there. It's an invaluable source of information for the thousands of employees that it covers. Is it perfect? No. Is it a good starting point for changes in negotiation? Absolutely. The term throwing out the baby with the bathwater keeps coming to my mind. The other word that keeps coming to my mind is why. In a drowning profession, why cut one of our lifelines? In a profession where teachers, paras, and administrators are being kicked, bit, and spit on daily, why are we removing any protections at all? On a school board that has fairly recently had history of not backing and protecting their employees, it's not a good look. I've just heard that I heard someone say tonight that you want to send a message, but this is certainly not the message that you want to send. So again, I ask why. I implore you to vote to keep our current CBA intact until an even better one can be negotiated and agreed upon, and I hope that you will take time to study the CBA as well as many of our employees have. I beg you to consider the genuine and well-founded fears of your employees and constituents. I ask that the mediation team be used to dismiss the contentious ghosts of our past, and I challenge you to continue shaking up the status quo as the new board, leaving old politics behind. I look forward to seeing the positive changes that Mr. Jabbia and Mr. Osborne can create when everyone else involved starts working on the same team with the same goal, which is our students.
Ms. Sharp?
The majority of the employees in the union or not, have used and relied on the provisions of the current CBA. The bus drivers especially, teachers, janitors, everybody. The same employees now express fear, dread, anger, and anxiety about the current agenda item. Many employees are already stressed by increased workloads, lack of subs in areas, and the rising inflation that has not been addressed adequately with pay increases that have been approved. A vote no for termination will show these employees that you are not committed. A vote no about the termination will show the employees that you are committed to making whatever changes are needed to the current contract. Please vote no and show good faith to your employees.
Do we have any other comments from the public?
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for helping out and doing what y'all supposed to be doing. Y'all terminating collecting the bargain agreements. It hurts to know that y'all want to terminate something that helps us. If something happens, we can go to the Federation, talk to them. They can help us get through this. We also can go through our transportation department. If we have a problem, we still can go to Mr. Jabbia. But if y'all take collecting bargaining from us, there's a lot of people that called me this evening and asked me why were they doing that. Well, I guess because y'all are scared. I'm not sure why y'all taking it away, but it has to be a scare tactic. I didn't like it when they took and did the strike or whatever they did, didn't show up for work. I know that was hard on all of us other drivers that was working, teachers or whoever, you know, went with that. But when y'all take collective bargaining away from us, it's not right. Y'all need to realize we got to be great again. Y'all are making us go down this path that we don't need to be on. Parents, teachers, bus drivers, custodians, all of us, we're in this together. St. Tammany should be a family. We should be united as one. Y'all are tearing us apart. We're not one no more. We have to become one again. Y'all need to make us great again. We're the best of the best. St. Tammany is the best. Mr. Jabbia is ahead of the best there is. I wouldn't want no other place to work for. But without a collective bargaining agreement, we have nothing. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Good evening. My name is Karen Araby. I spoke to a lot of paras, and I'm asking y'all, please do not terminate. The paras are scared. They are nervous. We're asking y'all, please don't. Support us. Support all your employees. Talk to the employees. They don't. Termination, strong word. They're asking you, support us. Let's make us strong. We have 2 men that said they're going to work together. Let them work together. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? No? Mr. Broom, I haven't heard from you tonight. All right, we will now have comments from the board. Any comments from the board? Anyone queued up? Ms. Hanson?
Thank you, President Bro. And I listened to what all the employees say. And I just want to say a couple things. Reminder, the end of the CBA is not 12 a.m. midnight tonight. It's not. It is June 30th. So that gives the superintendent and Mr. Osborne 7.5 to 8 months to get this done. I just want to say this. I was in the school system for 28 years. My father-in-law was a bus driver for 20 years in the school system. A lot of my former colleagues are still in the school system as teachers, bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria, a lot of them. I don't want to see any of them, lose their rights in any way, shape, or form. I don't want to see any of that. I don't want to see, I have 7 grandchildren in the school system. We need all the employees. So to me, I hear what you're saying, a vote of no means we're committed to the process. I'm looking at it different. A vote of yes says, I am committed to the superintendent doing his job as we, the board, hired him to do, and that is to come up with a collective bargaining agreement that's in the best interest of the employees and the best interest of the school system as a whole, period. It says that it terminates on June 30th. They have 7.5 months to get this right. And if they cannot get it in 7.5 months, then that is a problem. So I've listened and I need you to listen. They have 7.5 months. That is plenty enough time if, as we're talking about, the tweaks that need to be made are small tweaks. It's not the big things. The big things are already framed out. So I have no doubt it can be done, because I know on August, whatever, the beginning of August, when the school year starts, I want my colleagues that I know to be in the classrooms and happy to be there. I want the bus drivers, I want everyone to be working and knowing we've got a solid CBA that protects the employees and protects the school system. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
I don't have that much new to add. However, the CBA expires June 30th at midnight. I'm saying that if June 30th at midnight, they don't have a CBA, we're not going to continue with the one that is current as it is. If these two gentlemen can't get to an agreement on June 30th, maybe it's July 1st. Okay, that's fine. But the point is, I do not wish to continue with the current CBA until a new one is come up with. It is not administration against employees. And I'm sad to hear the word terminates. The word terminate puts fear, anxiety, stress, makes people nervous. It's not supporting our employees. It would be that we're not committed. I am 100% committed to our employees, and whatever these two can come up with that is legal and that is fair. But the fact of the matter remains that the current CBA expires. So if you want to say expire instead of terminate, I don't know what the legal definition between those two words exactly are, but the fact of the matter is the current CBA as it is written is done June 30th. So done, expire, terminate, it's not a word that should produce all these feelings. It's not us against y'all. That's not what it is. Teachers, our employees, they are incredibly valuable. They do an amazing job, and it's not about, are they going to have dental insurance, are they not going to have dental insurance? I am 100% committed to the people that are on the front lines of our children every day, educating our children and making St. Tammany the best place to live and raise children and educate children. I am 100% committed to that. I am not for a CBA agreement that doesn't make sense, that isn't more of a give and take. Particularly when one of the things that still strikes a nerve for me, when we wanted to give a bonus per se to educators for an attendance. I don't even remember what we said, but because of a CBA, we couldn't give, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Prevost, was it how many people were gonna get an extra $500? But because we could, I mean, it just gets ridiculous at some point when it's not a us against them, I mean, my God, I value a public education system so much, and I know that we are nothing without the people that work with us. And I am not here as I'm going to tell you how it's going to be, because I'm not. That's not my job. It's Mr. Jabia's job, and it's Mr. Osborne's job, and it doesn't have to, you don't have to make it a fearful thing. I don't understand all this, wait to see what happens, and scare and strike and whatever. It just seems so ridiculous to me, and I'm really frustrated about the whole thing, and I want to call for question.
She called for question. Is there a second? Mr. Harrell seconds the call for question. All in favor of closing debate, say aye. All opposed? Well, nobody said aye. I didn't hear anyone say aye. So the motion fails. My turn. Yes, we do. I was terribly upset with the wording of this motion. Termination, I knew would strike fear and distrust and spread all kinds of misinformation. I wanted to say that what this bill really is, what this motion really is that we do not want to continue with the existing contract after it expires, at the end of its term. We're not terminating it. We're just not extending it. We're given plenty of time. We need to get off the ground zero and start working on this. And we've already started. We have 8 months to put in a CBA, one that is going to be better. I know it'll be better. It has to be better. It'll follow the law, maybe. So I'm upset that we use the word termination. I know it upset everybody. You know, everybody was up in arms over this. It should have been used a non-extension of the existing contract, but that's not how it was written. And so I just want to make it clear, we are not terminating the contract today or until it expires at the end of June 30th, 2024, 8 months from now. That's all. That's what I want to say. Okay, you're out of queue.
No, I just want to add to the termination part. Termination is a legal term meaning to end the agreement when it expires. Cancellation refers to when you end an agreement early. So we couldn't say cancellation of the CBA. Termination is the proper wording.
I think we could have softened it, but Ms. Martin. Oh, Ms. Rufino-Gallagher.
So I understand the terminology, I think. So I will ask you, Mr. Harrell, June 30th, 2024, Mr. Osborne and Mr. Jabbia come to no agreement. It is terminated, canceled, whatever way you want to vocalize it, that's what's going to happen. Am I right, or is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But Mr.
But
Superintendent Jabbia has a responsibility.
We're not in debate here.
No, I was just asking. I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly. So the word terminated is, and while I'm a 50-50 thing in that, I understand Mr. Osborne, his job is to speak for his people, and that's what he's doing. So I understand, as much as everybody appreciates the teachers and all, thank you. I do think that that's why they're scared. Because if it doesn't happen, they have nothing. No matter which word you use, that is their concern. There's been other situations where people were concerned and we finagled with stuff to figure things out for them. So I'm in the opinion of even if it takes them 10 months, let's say, what happens if there's a natural disaster or whatever? There's a possibility that they're almost to a decision, something happens, and then June 30th, they have nothing. Then you have to, exactly. I didn't say it had to be all the schools. I didn't say all that. Mr. Jabbia could get sick. Mr. Osborne could get sick. It's not going to happen. Then their CBA is gone. So that is their cushion of Mr. Osborne speaking about. Do I always agree with Mr. Osborne? No. But we're adults. We can disagree and still get along. So for him to stand up for his people, and that is what their cushion is the only word I can come up with right now, then that is why they're scared. So if there was something in here that would say they have to come up with an agreement by June 30th, that's a different story. But to say this one terminates and you have nothing to take its place, then I cannot be for that.
But the pressure of this.
Ms. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Bro. So I have also received a lot of concern over this. And if I'm being honest, I don't quite understand the necessity for this motion, for this termination. Because for my board members who have not read the CBA, the CBA does roll over
until one of three things happen. A new one is ratified, which is the goal. That's our goal. Well, if, let's say, these two gentlemen need one more month to make it perfect, well, then they should be allowed that one more month, okay? We don't know what's gonna happen over the next 8 months. We don't know if it's gonna be a little bit more tricky than we think it is to hash out this new CBA. And I feel like by just saying right now prematurely that we are going to terminate this on this date, we are tying our own hands in case something happens that we can't foresee. Because here's the deal, if this fails tonight and it's not terminated, one of those other three things that's written in the CBA currently says that it will roll over until a new one is ratified. So let's say we don't ratify a new one by June 30th. So the current one rolls over, it rolls over. One of these other three items says, or the superintendent sends a letter to the Federation ending the agreement. So, and 3 days later, it's done. So there's no reason to do it now when we would be tying our hands in case something happens. They need an extra week or two, whatever it is, we don't know. But he can send them a letter at any time, and 3 days later, it's over. So it just seems very unnecessary, in my opinion.
Ms. Potter. Yes.
I just wanted to address the misconception there. I think what Mr. Bro just mentioned about the word termination being a powerful word, that was what I meant with my statement, that because something can be said doesn't mean it has to be said. That was a quote Ms. Lamy made at a board meeting many years before I was a board meeting. And I think the fact that a lot of times there's been a lot of things said that didn't need to be said or were said in inappropriate ways, there's power in words. And I think a lot of times our employees have been given words or been led to believe things that like Ms. Baker said, shows us and the administration to be against the employees, which couldn't be further from the truth. And I just wanted to clarify that because, and I also wanted to say this, that I think the reason behind the deadline, the termination, or the failure to extend, whatever you want to call it, is to motivate the superintendent and Mr. Osborne to get this done. I think that's the reason for the deadline. And of course, if we wind up in a spot, a national disaster, whatever, I would think the board would have the authority to extend that. And because of the natural disaster or whatever came up, both have committed to doing this. There's no reason for the employees to be scared. And if it did terminate, 65 other parishes are operating without a CBA. And policy and law, the policy of their board and law are protecting them. So both men have stated that's not their intention. But I think they need the motivation of a deadline to get it done. Just my opinion.
Thank you. Mr. Harrell.
Thank you, President Bro. I'd just like to address the board member from District 15. I think. I know. I think this pressure, the pressure is not on the Federation to make this agreement happen by June 30th. The pressure is on Superintendent Jabbia. The Federation's concern is only the employees. His concern is the education of our children, and that's our concern. So no matter what happens on June 30th, the parents of St. Tammany expect Mr. Jabbia to educate their kids. So I would imagine he's going to stay up late every night trying to get this thing going. so that he's fully prepared on June 30th to have something to handle all the needs of the summertime schooling, whatever. This agreement does roll over automatically, and I believe it's for, each year, because, I mean, it affects pay scale and everything. So if it rolls over on June 30th, it's a whole nother year.
Are you done, Mr. Harrell?
The best thing you could do is just read the clause. It's Article 5. You've got multiple ways that it can be not extended or terminated. So what I would say is that in general, that's something you could even collectively bargain. The point I'm trying to get to here is that the motion on the floor is essentially like an early notice that is provided for in the CBA. You're giving yourself more time, 7 months or whatever. But you could do this, if you're at an impasse in negotiations, like say in June, you can send a letter that says, I'm done. Either side can. So you're really giving yourself more time to negotiate with this motion, is my point. I don't know.
Are you done?
Yeah, I would like to state that we do have 8 months to work this out. I don't know how stretching it out past June 30th would be beneficial to anybody. So I'm sure Superintendent Jabbia will be committed to making education of the children at St. Tammany, which is our real concern, going to happen.
Ms. Rutherford?
Okay. This is just my opinion. I've gone back and forth listening to everyone and getting emails and texts from people. And I also listened to what Amanda said. If it can go, if they can write a letter to each other and terminate it anyway in 3 days, what difference does it make? But I think Mr. Jabbia truly does want to work with Mr. Osborne, and I think vice versa, both ways. I think both of them are going to work diligently to get this resolved and fixed and corrected and to the best for everyone. And yes, both sides, and I know Mr. Jabbia wants whatever best for the students, the teachers, all the employees, not just the teachers, all the employees, the best interest. However, to terminate it right now on June 30th and have nothing in preparation if they don't get to it, that kind of bothers me. So I think let it be there. But you know what? I feel very confident that these two men are, professionals. They should be able to work together, and they're going to work together to get this figured out. So because of that, I feel comfortable that they are going to do this before June 30th. I think let it stand. Let it stand. No, don't terminate it. Let it stand. Let them resolve it. They'll get it together before June 30th, and I feel very confident that they will.
There's only one left. Ms. Hurstis?
The only one that hasn't spoken, by the way.
If you want to, you are welcome to.
Yeah, Ms. Moore, if you want to say just something, then you might as well. Okay, well, then you could do that after me if you'd like. All right, so 2 things real quick. So just like Ms. Rutherford said, if y'all are so confident that they're going to get it done, why terminate it? That's, just something I'd like to state. And then my second thing is, I love how y'all are doing this motion to make them get this done. Y'all are saying, we want to get this done, but yet y'all don't want my motion because it's telling them what to do, to use mediation services. So I just kind of find that kind of a little hypocritical. Just saying. Thanks.
No, we are now prepared to vote if there are no other comments from the board.
I have a question.
What kind of question do you have?
Is that, we look at the acceptance of the recommendation, we're looking at the wording of the same.
Go ahead, ask your question. You hadn't spoke.
Yeah, I just, the acceptance of the recommendation to terminate the collective bargaining agreement between St. Tammany Federation and teachers and school employees and St. Tammany Parish School Board effective, and they give a date. What if, I mean, if you have one in place when we get to that date, before that date comes and we get this done, the way we're anticipating, does that make it a new collective bargaining agreement? It's just what it'll be called, a new one, right? So, you know, I know this is a bug, it's something. You could always say an acceptance of the recommendation to complete the new collective bargaining agreement between St. Tammany Federation teachers and school employees by that date. Yes, I can make that as,
Let's please vote.
okay.
He did, do you want to make a motion? I mean, he did not state that he wanted to make a motion.
Well, okay, I'm done. That's fine. Go. We're gonna have the same effect. We're gonna have a new, I just wanted to ask a question. It would be a new bargaining agreement. Okay, that's fine. Not changed.
Motion carries, 9 yeas, 5 nays. Next on the agenda is acceptance of the recommendation to direct the administration to seek federal mediation and conciliation services to help facilitate negotiations toward creating a new collective bargaining agreement between the St. Tammany Parish School Board and St. Tammany Federation of Teachers and School Employees, and for these efforts to begin immediately. Do I have a motion? Ms. Hurstis. Ms. Moore seconds. Comments from the public. Mr. Osborne.
You know, obviously this one dovetails with the last. Superintendent Jabby and I both are willing to put the world on our shoulders and feel that pressure. But the last one, Karen, you put that pressure on the employees too. So if you do not give us these tools, and I would love to see this be unanimous, you're really hampering our abilities. You see all the confusion that's happened over time. We don't want any of that. We believe this group can come in and help us out. It's free. It's also mentioned in our collective bargaining agreement. If we go to arbitration, if that ever happens, it hasn't happened yet, FMCS is who we use to pick the arbitrator. They provide the panel. So please, given that there's precedent, please give us these tools. We know we want to do it, but y'all, we need collective bargaining 101. Please help us get on the same page so we can be successful. This is absolutely devastating, so please vote yes for this motion. Thank you.
Stephanie?
All right, so Stephanie Underwood. So just to kind of piggyback off of what Dr. Peterson just said, your previous motion that just passed doesn't, y'all keep saying to do a new collective bargaining agreement, but the language literally doesn't say that. It says to terminate the collective bargaining agreement on June 30th at midnight. It doesn't say and to make a new one. This motion states that we will have a new agreement. So if you don't vote yes on this one, since you already voted yes on the previous one, then you're telling the employees that there's a possibility you'll just lose collective bargaining altogether. So please vote yes on this, so that way you can show employees that you really do care like you are saying you do. This would show them. You look at people and you look at them at what they do, not really what they say, you know. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from the public? All right, comments from the board.
Going once, going twice.
Mr. Harrell, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Bro. I had asked earlier if anybody had ever forwarded this Mr. Osborne's suggestion to Superintendent Jabbia for him to review and make recommendations, take action. I don't think anybody did. As a board, Mr. Osborne's repeatedly asked for open negotiations. He's brought it up, he's mentioned it. We are not good negotiators. Having 15 people trying to negotiate anything is not a good idea. That's why we designate Mr. Jabbia to do the negotiations. Mr. Osborne asked for this motion to be made. What did we get in return when we negotiated making this motion? That makes us not very good negotiators. When I asked Mr. Osborne his numbers, we couldn't even get that from them because it's not what they recommend and that's not how they negotiate. Everything's a negotiation. So putting something on the agenda to force Superintendent Jabbia to negotiate, that is a negotiation. So if we didn't get anything for this agenda item, I don't think we should do it. Thank you.
Ms. Hanson. Microphone.
Once again, a couple of things in response to public comments. First of all, how we vote and the response or what you infer from that is making assumptions that we do or don't care. And that's a huge assumption. Sometimes we vote in such a way because we're looking at our role, our responsibility as a board member. My responsibility as a board member is to make policy, is to help make policy. My responsibility is to kind of look at the purse strings. And my responsibility is to hire or fire the superintendent. So therefore, when I make a decision, I'm trying to make sure I stay in my lane. And my lane says, we have to rely on him. Now, you know, he's going to have to rely on Mr. Brandt Osborne in a good faith effort to protect all of our entire district. After last week, you know, I felt like perhaps by voting out of committee for mediation, that it would be like an olive branch. But again, that's making an assumption on why I'm voting a certain way as opposed to what really my role is. I believe it was the board president last week that says it's not our job to dictate how he gets it done, but that he gets it done. And Mr. Osborne, you represent the people within your union. And that's who your voice is, which isn't the entire 7,000, 8,000 employees we have. It's those within your union that are speaking to you. Superintendent, he has to look out for not only all the employees, but all the students and the district as a whole, all the businesses that have, you know, that our employees, you know, support. So therefore, I'm going to have to, you know, not support this because it is his job to get it done, not my job to tell him how to do it.
Ms. Hurstis.
She's telling me to be nice. I'm gonna try. Mr. Harrell, I have no idea what you meant earlier. That didn't make any sense to me. I'm sorry. You might have to explain it to me after the meeting, because I guess it went over my head. Maybe it's my public education, I don't know. But also, too, it's, I mean, no offense to public education, sorry, it might have been below the belt, I don't know. But I was from Orleans, not St. Tammany, that was Orleans. You know that? So, Mr. Jabbia, I trust you, but you mentioned that you were fine with the services. You already agreed to start. Right, you're already agreeing. Mr. Osborne, you wanted to do the services too. They're already working with the services. Why can't we just CYA and put this in writing? You know, I don't understand what's the difference in putting it in writing. To me, it's for morale. And, you know, yeah, Mr. Osborne represents the teachers, but as far as I know, I think being on the school board, don't we represent the teachers as well? You know, we represent the taxpayers, our constituents, the teachers, and everything too. So I want to also work with the morale of the teachers. I think with everything going on, I don't see the harm in using a free service. I don't see the harm in using a service that's going to help with the, you know, the whole collective bargaining agreement. I mean, we're talking about two gentlemen that, you know, hey, they're not always on the same page. So I could sometimes, you know, maybe use somebody to tell me to chill out on some stuff like Michelle just did. Thank you. You know, because I'm not always on the same page with everybody. So why not have a third party? We're not there negotiating. And yeah, so why not? So obviously I'm in favor because it's my motion. And as far as leadership telling them what to do, the motion you just flipping past before this just told them what to do. That they have to get something done or they don't have anything. So it's pretty hypocritical to vote for that and then not vote for this.
Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum.
Well, I have a misunderstanding too, in that, yes, Mr. Javia has agreed to a mediation. Mr. Osborne has agreed to a mediation. They are professionals, and I expect them to adhere to their word in a public, open meeting that they plan to do this. It is also my understanding that when you're dealing with a bargaining unit such as this, that mediation is not necessary unless there becomes an impasse and there needs to be a mediator in order for them to try to reach an agreement with that. I don't think that everything that they are going to be discussing, I think that many, many things on this CBA will be able to be resolved without a mediator. And this motion doesn't give any parameters for that. It's almost like saying you're going to have to use a mediator all the time. So therefore, with their agreement and their promise to do it, I just don't even see why this motion is even necessary. So that's just my opinion.
Oh, my turn. I spoke out against this motion last time. Ms. Javia has agreed to use it. In fact, they start on Monday. This motion is superfluous. There is no need for it. There never was a need for it. And personally, I'm offended by having to vote on this. They've agreed to it, and there's no need for it. I personally think when you bring a federal agency in, that you're not going to get fair treatment. It may just be my concept, but I have seen what the federal government has done over the last few years, and I'm appalled. I'm appalled. They have a heavy-handed and bias. And regardless of whether that is part of this motion or not, they've agreed to use it. They're already using it. I don't need to vote for this, and I'm going to vote against it. Ms. Fauntleroy.
If you're watching the political ads lately, you see the word integrity come up a lot. Politicians seem to think it's important that they have integrity. I also believe it's important that our leaders have integrity. And both of these men committed publicly, you can go back and watch it, that they want to use the mediation service. I think that it is a good idea. And I think that it will benefit our employees to see that their leaders have integrity and can work together to do what they said they were going to do, not because we made them, but because they want to. And I think that that is what our employees need to see now, that we can have the relationship we had with the union in the past because our leadership, our administration worked with their leadership. And so I'm trusting that these two men will keep their word, do what they said, and we're going to come out with a great agreement that benefits our employees.
Are there any other comments from the board? If not, we'll now vote. You want to repeat the motion? It's to accept the recommendation to direct the administration to seek federal mediation and conciliation services to help facilitate negotiations toward creating a new collective bargaining agreement between the STPPS and the St. Tammany Federation of Teachers and school employees, and for these efforts to begin immediately. Please vote. Motion fails. 5 yeas, 9 nays. We will now move on to 3 minutes. We have, we have how many signed up? 13 signed up for 3 minutes. Staff, you may leave. Those who have signed up for this, please come to the front. And first is Jamie Segura.
I'll wait my time. Y'all are just too exhausted.
Thank you. I actually appreciate that. Thank you. Susan Wheeler.
Hello, Board. As serious as the topic has been tonight, I have something completely different to address y'all about. On October 19th, 2023, my 15-year-old daughter, a student at Slidell High School, got involved in a verbal altercation with another student. My daughter was then forcibly restrained by multiple staff members, according to the behavior report that I received. My daughter lost consciousness on more than one occasion during this incident. She was transported via ambulance to Slidell Memorial. My daughter struggles with mental health conditions. She has bipolar disorder, ADD, ADHD, ODD, and anxiety, all of which the school is aware of and is noted on her 504 plan. The hospital staff and school nurse the following morning said it was more than likely her anxiety got so high that she passed out a few times during the incident. It makes me wonder what exactly happened during that incident to get her anxiety that bad. The following morning, I met with Mr. Favre and Mr. Begorn. My daughter had her phone in her hand as we sat down at the table. Mr. Favre immediately became defensive and said, "You can't record us. You aren't recording, are you? Put that phone down," to my daughter. It struck my husband and myself as odd. After her suspension was announced, we asked to see the video and was told it would take 2 weeks for it to be redacted before we could see it. I had already gotten a few different versions from students that witnessed it, and I wanted to see it. My daughter had to meet with Mr. Wills before returning to school. My meeting with Mr. Wills did not proffer any additional information other than he had zero clue that my child had been sent to the ER and no idea that she had been physically restrained. I assumed Mr. Favre would be there to answer my many questions. He wasn't, so I emailed a list of my questions to Mr. Wills and touched base again the following day via email and got no response. My daughter returned to school after her suspension, and the following Monday was suspended again for refusing to be searched without a parent present, as Mr. Favre and I had previously discussed. My daughter is currently hospitalized because of the fallout from this incident. Her anxiety and depression got so bad that she threatened to take her own life and has been in crisis since the restraint occurred. As a 504 plan student, there are many protocols that must be followed by law when a student is restrained. I have zero proof that any of these protocols were followed, but I do have proof that they didn't even check a simple box that says she received medical treatment on her behavior report. The school is not providing me with the information regarding the incident that I am allowed by law. No incident report, no ability to view the video. I don't know if the report was filed with special ed. I also don't know if the incident was properly reported at all. I don't know if the SRO made a report to Slidell PD, all of which were supposed to be filed the next school day, according to Louisiana Department of Ed guidelines, and that the school is obliged to provide me with copies. I don't even know who at this school bruised my child and held her down until she passed out a few times, according to the school's voicemail. Here we are 3 weeks later. I still haven't gotten to view the video, no paperwork, no feedback, and no response to my emails. I have 3 things to ask you. What is being hidden from me by not being provided the reports and videos that I'm entitled to by state law? Had my child come to school with bruises caused by me, social services would have been contacted and me questioned immediately. So why are my questions still unanswered? And why is my child not safe at your schools?
Stephanie Underwood.
I'll be short because I said most of my things, but I did want to make something clear. As a federation, the collective bargaining agreement does cover all employees, whether they're a member or not. So if they have a disciplinary hearing or something and they want our representation, we are there for them. So yes, we only listen to our members when it comes to negotiations because those are the people that get to vote and ratify it. But we are servicing all employees except for administration. Thank you.
Brant.
Well, there's no sugarcoating it. Tonight was a disaster, an absolute disaster. I'm going to eventually separate and be able to recover. Superintendent Jahabi and I will work in good faith, but this is a disastrous way to start a negotiation. The word terminate connotation is negative. It is creating a negative environment instead of us all working together. But the bottom line is, I'm telling you how this is going to be received. Both of these motions were superfluous when you get right down to it. For 8 months, potentially, employees are going to labor under the burden that this agreement could disappear. So we didn't even have the silver lining vote. We got nothing out of this, and that's devastating. So I'm just going to express that. Thank you to those who voted no on the first and yes on the second. Tonight just shows me there's a huge education piece, and I'll be honest, I went through a lot of emotions because, Mr. Derman brought up some things from the past. If you knew what we went through, and some of y'all know what we went through because you were part of it, you would know why we were aggressive at times. You would know why we were defensive at times. But I want to move past that. My first instinct when this new board got in was, I'm going to show them where the bodies are buried. I'm going to show them everything we went through. I don't want to do that. I want to move forward. But I'm telling you, I probably lost years off my life. I sacrificed. And I did it not just for the teachers and school employees. These are the people that serve these children. This whole thing, public education, is collapsing. We have something unique. The LFT president told me in all the country, for sure in the southern region, we cover every employee, and that's important to me. 100%, teachers are the heart of education, but they have to have quality support people. And look, we're not here to protect bad employees, but due process lets people recover. We can't just throw people in a wood chipper. They've got to have due process. Grievances aren't meant to be emotional. It's just saying, hey, this was violated. There's a very clear definition in the collective bargaining agreement, unlike Mr. Harrison said. It's very clearly defined. These tools have stood the test of time, and I'm just saying, guys, tonight was theater, and you hurt your employees. You hurt them. Those who voted the way you voted, I told you how they're gonna feel. You spit in their faces. And I'm sorry to be blunt, but that is the emotion we deal with. You know, when we have little committees and that, a lot of people have a filter. The people that talk to us don't have a filter. They're spilling their guts because that might be the way they survive the next day. So please, y'all, I don't care what you think about me. This is about them. I'm here because they're exhausted. Thank you.
Here. Mr. Leday?
What can I say? Wow, that's all I can say about what happened tonight. But what I'm gonna say is this. My first year in this system, I'm gonna tell you a story that I saw with my own eye. And the only reason why I say my own eye is because I only got one. I was a custodian. I watched a teacher go through her pregnancy. I'm not saying this teacher maybe didn't deserve to be fired, but I'm telling you what I saw with my own eye. I saw administration go in there about a month before her pregnancy was due and fire her on the spot. I saw it. So don't ever come to me and say, I've never seen this kind of injustice. It's there. Maybe your eyes aren't open, but I've got one, and if I can see it, man, everybody should be able to see it, okay? And I saw it. And I could go through and tell you the logistics of it. This is not the place for it. And if you want to know the logistics of it, hey, like I said about freedom of speech, that's what makes the country great. You should be able to say what you want. You should have the right to say what you want. I can't enforce that enough. I also can't enforce enough how many of my relatives and how many of the people that were here for the military or that had loved ones in the military to force freedom of speech. You shouldn't have to walk on eggshells when you work at some place. When I worked in construction, let me tell you something. It was not unusual for me and the boss or me and a coworker to get into such a confrontation, you would have thought we was gonna throw hands. But you know what happened at the end of the day? It's a job. At the end of the day, we all met by the bar, got drunk, and had a good time. That's what family is all about, okay? My Methodist religion tells it the best. When my Methodist preacher told me, he said, we get in here, we disagree, we argue, we bicker, we do all this. And he asked me, he said, Al, what do you think about that? I said, that's family. That's what family does. But you know, family also looks out for each other. I didn't see none of that tonight. I hope to see it. But y'all know I'll be back. And you know I'll speak my heart. Thank you.
Roxanne Newman? No, Roxanne Newman? James Strawn? Oh, I'm sorry. Lisa Rutmeyer?
She left.
Okay, James Strawn?
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Javia. I'm here tonight to speak about my concerns with a policy that I just recently figured out. My daughter is a member of Salmon High School, JROTC. They were recently denied the ability to go to the National World War II Museum due to the unsafe conditions, or the perceived unsafe conditions in the area of New Orleans. I also found out that our football team, our cheerleaders, our PBIS, our Mardi Gras participants are all allowed to go because of, as I was told when I called the school board about a week and a half ago, due to contractual agreements. You know, I've heard some of the members tonight talk about looking at things from different perspectives. And from the outside perspective, what that tells people, like me, is that if you're gonna allow our football players, our cheerleaders, PBIS, Mardi Gras to attend and participate in things in New Orleans, but you're not going to allow our ROTC to learn about the United States defeating fascism, and about where we are today because of the great men and women that fought. What that shows is that y'all care more about the contracts and the potential money behind the contracts than the safety of the children. Because if it is so unsafe in New Orleans that my daughter can't go and learn about the events of World War II, but our football team can go play, what does that say? I find it very concerning that because of a contract, they're allowed to go, but my daughter's not allowed to learn about World War II. I heard Ms. Baker earlier in the meeting talk about she's scared about our future leaders of this country, and I wholeheartedly agree. Part of developing future leaders of this country is teaching them about the past and what we had to overcome to get to where we are. And by allowing our football players to go play a game of football, I love football, but honestly, it's not anywhere near as important as the events of World War II. I think that sets a very bad example for the children, and it's very concerning. The National World War II Museum is a very secure and safe location with more police in the area than most locations in the New Orleans area. On top of that, I spoke with a lot of the parents, and on any field trip that my child has ever gone to, and I have 5, if I'll be allowed to speak for just a couple more minutes, I have 5 children in the school district. Any field trip they've gone to, I've had to sign a permission slip for them to attend. And if I'm saying as the parent that I am okay with the conditions, my daughter attending, the safety and the security, then I don't see why the school board gets to say that that's not the case, especially if our football players, cheerleaders, PBIS, and Mardi Gras are still allowed to attend. Thank you for your time.
Susan Taylor? Lee Barrios?
This is one of those occasions when I can't resist going back into teacher mode. What you all did tonight was to engage in a form of logical fallacy. When I taught persuasive writing to my 7th grade gifted students, we talked about different forms of logical fallacies. The one tonight was circular reasoning. It's an argument that assumes the very thing it is trying to prove is true. Instead of offering evidence, it simply repeats the conclusion, rendering the argument logically incoherent. Example, parent, it's time to go to bed. Child, why? Parent, because it's your bedtime. People may commit circular reasoning fallacy unintentionally because they're convinced of their own assumptions and take them as given. Sometimes circular reasoning is used deliberately to mask the speaker's lack of understanding of evidence. A circular reasoning fallacy occurs when the evidence offered to support a claim is just a repetition of the claim itself. Circular reasoning is a form of logical fallacy where the error lies in the content of the argument rather than its form. Another example, person 1, God must exist. Person 2, how do you know? Person 1, because it says so in the Bible. Person 2, why should I believe the Bible? Person 1, because it is the divine work of God.
Kelly Grewalt?
As I stated earlier, my name is Kelly Giwat. I wasn't going to speak again because I already spoke, but I spoke from a speech before, now I have to speak from the heart. I'm devastated at what y'all did tonight. I have to go back and tell my colleagues. Luckily, I can tell them that Ms. Moore stood up for us and did what we asked her to do, respected us enough to show us the dignity of keeping a contract and asking the board to let us use a tool, not forcing anyone to do anything, giving us a tool to make the best contract that we could. These 2 men, these 2 professionals who are committed, giving them a tool to make an even better product. And you couldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. I'm upset. I'm sad. I have to go back to school tomorrow looking at the faces of my colleagues, knowing that they're going to be upset and sad. The morale has dropped tonight in this room and out in all of your schools, and you did that. Thank you.
Barbara Sharp.
Barbara Shaw, bus driver. You have been given multiple opportunities tonight to support the employees of St. Tammany Parish. What I have witnessed brings back something I heard this past summer. I am sure a lot of the employees, and maybe many of the parents, will agree. I can't hear you because I see what you do.
David Locker. Yeah, I've seen you sitting there all night, and you haven't said a word.
Good evening, School Board and Superintendent Javia. My name is David Locker. I'm here as a parent, husband, and of a teacher, former teacher myself, and a taxpayer. As someone who's affected by the system directly and regularly, it's disappointing to hear firsthand accounts and see what's going on. I want to clarify these views are mine based on my experience, conversations with neighbors and friends. Others may have different views and experiences. There are many specific problems that need to be addressed that have a big impact on the system and students. I'll leave those for another time. I would like to acknowledge many high-achieving students, teachers, principals that persist in this system despite their environment, do great things. I've seen them at this board meeting and know many of them. However, this type of achievement where people overcome their environment or who happen to be in fortunate surroundings, as my son is not unique to St. Tammany and appears in different challenging school environments across the country. The truth is that our school system is underperforming its capabilities and potential. To illustrate, many of you are familiar with the documentary movie Undefeated. Bill Courtney, the star of that movie, is a former football coach at Manassas High School in North Memphis, Tennessee. He's now a successful CEO of a multi-million-dollar lumber company. He won an Oscar for the movie and has a successful book and podcast. The movie tells the story of a sixth-year football coach and the challenges of bringing a football team from a perennial loser to winning the district championship and reaching the playoffs. He was interviewed about his life story, and a question was asked about his coaching that the interviewer, Mike Rowe, acknowledged was likely a regular question he's been asked. How did you take a group of players that previously had a 4-96 record as a team and get them to being a playoff team? His answer was quick, humble, and well-practiced. Well, I never made a tackle, never ran the ball, or scored a touchdown. The players do that. Players win games. Coaches win players. That resonated with me as a former teacher and coach. It made me think. And then it sounded familiar to the conversations and experiences I've had in the profession. It appears to me you've lost the players. It appears you've lost the game plan, the strategy, the tactics. You've lost the implementation. And most importantly, as Coach Courtney so deftly and expertly demonstrated in the movie, you've lost the relationships. All of these things can use a close examination for improvement, beginning with taking responsibility at the top. As Sean Payton so plainly states after many losses, it starts with me. So let's be clear. All the conversations and experiences and things that are keeping the system underperforming and not giving the students, teachers, principals what they need to reach their potential, and the taxpayers their money's worth, is not the fault of teachers not working hard enough, support staff not doing their jobs, or even school level leaders and principals not complying well enough. The control and responsibility, as Bill Courtney and Sean Payton know, lies directly with you, the leadership. Win the players, it starts with you.
Okay, that's, the announcements are the St. Tammany Parish School Board will hold a public meeting for the purposes of considering charter applications and receiving public input at 6 p.m. on Thursday, November 16th. Schools will be closed Monday, November 20th through Friday, November 24th for the Thanksgiving holiday. The offices will be closed Wednesday through Friday. The December CAW meeting will be held on Thursday, December 7th at 6 p.m. The next regular board meeting will be held on Thursday, December 14th at 6 p.m. And that concludes this meeting. Meeting is adjourned.